What's up, guys? I feel like I haven't been on forever. I feel like it's only been like a week, but why do I feel like it's been like months since I've seen you guys? How's everybody doing? Did everybody have a good Thanksgiving? I don't know if I need these headphones in. Not when I'm reading. I feel so like, since I always have it in, I feel like I need to have them in, and I don't. Um, how's everybody doing? So, I was planning on doing another live today, actually, but this video that I edited together with I went through like all the press conferences and interviews and with Doug Carter, and then all the press conferences and just some of the interviews, and I just picked out some interesting points and I edited it together, and that's what I was going to go live with today and do a discussion. But this response from the Attorney General came out, so we're going to read that first, and depending on how I feel after that, maybe we could do the other part of it. I was thinking about maybe breaking it into two lives. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I just know when I do like really long lives, it just turns people off from rewatching it. So that's why I'm thinking if I break it into two, like do one where I read this, and then it's only 22 pages, which some of the pages I could skip. So that won't take me too long. And my video's like, let me see how long my video is that I edited. But the video that I edited, I will be stopping and talking throughout it. So that the video I edited is only like 35 minutes, but I'm planning on, I left like room for me to stop and discuss it. Hey, Tammy, what's up? Oh, you could talk now. You're back. I haven't seen you. So I'm making some changes, guys. I demodded everybody. So if people are wondering, old mods that used to be mods, I'm just starting fresh. I'm gonna just start with a whole new crew. I might have a few of the old mods, but I'm trying to start something new. I'm trying to build this channel, and I just think it was just the right choice for me to go this route. Like I said, I am gonna keep some of the mods, but I just want to kind of like start fresh. So nobody is a mod right now until I give me a few minutes. I'm gonna do it maybe halfway in through it so that everybody understands that everybody got demodded, and you know what I'm saying, so people don't feel like it's unfair. So let me just wait, and yeah, so I'm gonna go with no mods for a little bit, about halfway, and then I'll remod a couple people, because I am gonna keep a few of my same mods, and then I'm gonna get some new mods and just try to do this, guys, because I need a change. So but yeah, so yeah, give me a few minutes on that. I do want to wait maybe like halfway in, and I'll do that. But yeah, so that's why some of you guys, I don't even know who's all here. We got Ashley, Patronus, you guys. Who else? What other old mods that are here? Petty, I know I talked to you. So yeah, we'll be doing that halfway through. I just want to kind of give everybody a chance to show up. Okay, so, and there's nothing personal, guys. Any of the old mods. It's just something I feel like I just need a change. I need to like restructure some things and kind of get back on track with some things. All right, hold on one second. Is this my, yeah, no green screen today because I didn't feel like changing my shirt, and the shirt has too much green in it to run a green screen. I'll be like all see-through. So I'm like, screw it. I'm not doing a green screen. Um, I'm thinking about actually, we have this extra room, but like when my niece comes over, like they play in that room. So I don't know. My mom said I could use it and like for my channel, but then I'm like, well, what are you gonna do when Gia comes over? You know what I'm saying? Because my space, I want my space. You know, this is in my bedroom, so it's like it's my space. So I don't want it like where people, because I have microphones, I have expensive equipment for people, like a kid could go in there and play. So I don't know I have to talk to her to see what her ordeal is, if what she's gonna do. If she's gonna keep it the playroom. If not, hey, I would like to take down this green screen and just have like a natural background. The reason I had to do it this way is because the soundproof, when my dad was still alive and my grandma was living up here, now the sound doesn't really make a difference because my grandma doesn't stay upstairs anymore. So now the whole sound thing, yeah, the TV from up downstairs coming up is kind of annoying, but this doesn't help with that much. And plus, because my room's so small. So I don't know. I would like a natural, like, where I don't need a green screen, so I could just have like Zeke in the background where you could see him and he'll want to hang out, and he could just, he doesn't like coming because if he's here, he's way on the other side and he feels like he's in a separate room. So I like to, maybe I should, because it could be like a whole new, look for me. She is 3, she'll be 4 in May. Yeah, she'll be 4 in May. How was everybody's Thanksgiving real quick? Hey, Shorts McGee. Hey, Soul. So I told everybody about the demod and everybody. I'm going to wait like halfway through to remod a couple of the people. And then there's some new ones that I'm doing. Just so I give everybody a chance to come in and, you know what I'm saying? Everybody could, I don't know, I just want to do it like halfway into the thing. And I know if you have to go, don't worry. It'll be all right either way. Okay. So hey, Shorts McGee. Hey, Tammy, Tori. Ashley's got a new name, Ashley's World. We got Patronus, thanks for coming. Dolores. Okay, let's just get into this and read this. So it's a response from the Attorney General, which I didn't realize because I have been, hold on, let me check my email real quick. I have been, wait, hold on. I've been trying to stay in with what's going on with this case, but I haven't been like online, but I've been trying to like keep up with if there's anything new released or whatever. I know that those transcripts got released. I was gonna do a live that day and I just wasn't feeling good, but I read through those, and we won't read through those again because I know every channel has read through them, so it'd be pointless to read through those again. But I definitely read through that. So I've been trying to keep up with everything. I just haven't been doing videos. But yeah, so let's do this. They responded. So we're just still waiting for the Supreme Court to respond, but this is what Attorney General's like recommendations for the Supreme Court, basically. So he's like siding with Fran. I guess he's now like teaming up with her, I guess. I don't know. I know he denied representing her, but now is he kind of representing her now in a way? I guess he's kind of, with this document. So yeah, let's read it. Okay, so, hey, Mr. Rosebud. Hey, Brianna. Okay. And don't worry, guys. I know since I don't have any mods, we'll be okay. Oh, well, if we get trolls, just let me know. Like I said, halfway in, and I'm gonna take care of that, but, no, I demodded everybody, Peyton. I'm starting fresh. That's why I was waiting for everybody to show up. No, I explained it at the beginning. Do you notice nobody has a wrench? It's I'm just trying to do something new here, okay? Okay, so, or nobody should have a wrench, but why does people have, nobody, I demodded, yeah, everybody, I just want to start fresh. Hey, Shorts McGee TV, how are you? All right, let's do this. Hey, Ash Kitch. Wait, what was your name before, Ash Kitch? Because why, same long time no see, I don't recognize your name for some reason. Hey, Wolfpack. Okay, let's just start reading this. And then, like I said, if depending on how long this takes, I would like to play that video that I edited and go through that, but we'll see. All right, let's see here. It shouldn't take too long though, because it's only it's 22 pages, but you know how that is. You could skip through some that, some of the things that just are like this generic parts. From always going through all these documents, you kind of learn like, like the first paragraph usually, because at least I do. It depends what it is, I guess. But, some of the stuff that's just like the same and it's not specific really to what we want to know. Okay, so here we go. All right, so let's do this. Like I said, I skimmed through it earlier, but I haven't actually, I skimmed through it. I didn't get to read it as slow as I would like to, but I did skim through everything and got a good view, or got a good like idea what it was saying. So yeah, so what this is it's it was just filed today too. It says Indiana Attorney General's response to Realtor Richard Allen's petition for a writ of mandamus. So guess what? I'm about to put these on. I don't need these on. It's just like, how bad of a habit where I feel like I can't even hear you guys, even though I can't hear you regardless. Like, I can't function without doing a live with these in my ear, even though if there's no sound, I don't need it. I got to try to break that habit because it's annoying. I don't need these in my ears if I don't need them in my ears, right? All right, so yeah, it's Indiana Attorney General's response to Realtor Richard Allen's writ or petition for writ of mandamus. So Theodore Rakita, Angela Sanchez, Chief Counsel. So he's the Attorney General. All right, let's see what it says. I mean, guess what side? How many of you read this yet? I mean, guess what side he's gonna take? What do you think it's gonna veer towards? Well, I already actually told you guys, but I mean, brings up some good points. He does. So, I mean, it's pretty, it's not one of those, it's pretty interesting. It goes over everything. It's not one of those real boring documents. It kept my interest, you know. If you guys are following this case, like, you know, like I am, you should be interested. Yeah, I did, Jamie. Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving? How does everybody's Thanksgiving? I ate too much and, all right, so background. So, wait, here we go. Indiana Attorney General Todd Rakita's, pursuant to Rule 3 of the Indiana Rules of Procedure for Original Actions, files his response to Allen's verified petition for writ of mandamus and prohibition. So background. In 2017, 2 teen girls were murdered near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi, Indiana. Richard Allen was charged with the murders on October 28, 2022. On November 14, 2022, Special Judge Francis Gall appointed Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin to represent Allen. In October 2023, discovery subject to a protective order was leaked to the public. On October 12, 2023, Attorney Rosie wrote to the court acknowledging that the defense team was the source of the leak and arguing that disqualification of attorneys Rosie and Baldwin was not the appropriate remedy. Judge Gall set forth, or wait, hold on. What is that? Wait, I want to see that date. Oh, this is October, so it doesn't even take into account the email. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Judge Gall set a hearing for October 19th, 2023 to discuss the upcoming hearing on October 31st, 2023, and other matters which have arisen. Baldwin retained an attorney for the hearing, and that attorney filed a memorandum regarding possible disqualification or sanctions. At a chambers meeting before the hearing, Judge Gall informed Baldwin and Rosie of her concerns regarding the defense team and the totality of the circumstances surrounding your representation of Mr. Allen. Judge Gall outlined her concerns. In proper comments to the public, after stating they would not talk about the case, Baldwin and Rosie issued a press release that was potentially violative of the ethic rules. Conflict of interest, Rosie filed a tort claim on Allen's behalf against the DOC. Protective order violation, Baldwin negligently released discovery to Brandon Woodhouse, who disseminated it to the public. Baldwin did not alert the court or the state to the release. Filing motions with inaccuracies and falsehoods, the pleadings regarding safekeeping Allen and the DOC contain proven false information, which I think that's messed up because that, they've never proved that that was false. You know what I'm saying? That's like I feel like that's somebody's word against the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, to them, it's very real. You know what I'm saying? To them, there is like these issues that's very real in his safekeeping, like in his stay in the prison. Like there's concerns. And I don't think that that's been proven. Of course, you have their side and you have their side. You have 2 different sides. It depends on who you're going to believe, right? So I don't think that's fair. Anyway, protective order violation. Baldwin was the source of more leaked discovery, which spawned a criminal investigation and may have resulted in a unaliving. Judge Gall found that Baldwin and Rosie had demonstrated gross negligence and incompetence in representing Allen, which I think we could all agree that there was no finding of that. Judge Gall stated that she did not want to say this in open court, but would if she had to. Judge Gall confirmed that if Baldwin and Rosie did not withdraw, she would remove them. After consultation with Allen, Baldwin and Rosie chose to withdraw. When withdrawing their appearances, Baldwin and Rosie claimed it was unfair because they were forced between being accused of misconduct in open court or withdrawing. In open court, without Baldwin and Rosie present, Judge Gall announced that they had withdrawn. Rosie rendered 2 documents on October 25th, 2023, a notice that he was still Allen's attorney and a motion to disqualify Judge Gall. Judge Gall took no action on these filings because Rosie was no longer counsel of record. On October 27th, 2023, Baldwin's attorney, David Hennessy, filed a motion to reconsider, claiming that there had been no valid motions to withdraw by appointed counsel. On October 27th, 2023, Judge Gall appointed 2 new attorneys to represent Allen. At a hearing on October 31st, 2023, Baldwin and Rosie were present, having tendered appearances the day before. Hennessy also appeared for Baldwin. Baldwin or Rosie did not attempt to present evidence to rebut Judge Gall's factual findings. Finding that nothing had altered the court's concerns about counsel's gross negligence, Judge Gall disqualified Baldwin and Rosie from representing Allen. Wait, when is she? Oh, October 30th. Okay. Hennessy withdrew his appearance that day. No attempt was made to appeal Judge Gall's order. On November 6, 2023, attorneys Kara Weinecke and Mark Lehman filed a petition for writ of mandamus with this court, asking the court to order the trial court to reinstate attorneys Baldwin and Rosie, to order the trial held within 70 days of the granting of the writ. And then the argument, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, and to remove Judge Gall. So 70 days to the trial to be withheld within 70 days, and then to remove Judge Gall. So argument, an original action is limited remedy governed by strict procedural rules. Original actions are viewed with disfavor and may not be used as substitutes for appeals. Let's see. So the original action, State Seal versus Madison. Before a writ will be entertained, the realtor must raise the question by written motion to the trial court. If remedy by the way of appeal is full and adequate, a party may not invoke jurisdiction of the court under the original action rules. A writ mandamus will not issue unless the realtor has a clear and unquestioned right to relief and the respondents have failed to perform a clear, absolute, and imperative duty imposed by law. Okay, so 1. The request that the court reinstate Baldwin and Rosie as Allen's court-appointed attorneys is inappropriate for a writ. A writ of mandamus reinstating Allen's former attorneys is not presently warranted. The conditions precedent for a writ are not satisfied as the claim was not clearly presented to the trial court and a remedy by appeal is adequate. So wait, they're saying a remedy by appeal is adequate. Okay. So did they go the wrong route? Remember, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm sure you guys will be watching lawyer videos too, but I was hoping maybe we could work through some of this together, though. So, is he just saying that the way they went about it is not the proper way, right? They should have appealed? Proceeding for the writ are not satisfied as the claim was not clearly presented to the trial court. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what they're saying, that they should have, they didn't go there, like a writ wasn't the appropriate way to go about it, right? Even were the court to review the merits of Allen's request, the record is not sufficiently developed for the court to resolve the question. A. Appeal is both adequate and preferred to review whether a trial court abused its discretion in removing counsel. Appeal is both adequate and preferred to review whether a trial court abused its discretion in removing counsel. So yes, they're saying the appeal is adequate. So here's the thing. They could still, now his lawyer could still go back and do the appeal, right? So even if, he's writing his response, what he thinks they should do, even if the Supreme Court denies it, they still have another opportunity, right? Is how I'm taking it. Somebody that's maybe more familiar with the law, I feel like they're just saying they have to go about it in a different way and appeal it, right? Yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. Anyway, so they'll still be able to do that if they do get denied. Anyway, Allen did not seek interlocutory appeal of either the trial's court order granting withdrawal of counsel or its subsequent order declining to allow counsel to appear pro bono. Granting withdrawal. The record does not indicate that Allen asked his newly appointed counsel to appeal, nor does Realtor explain why original action counsel could not file a limited appearance to seek certification of the court's order, as counsel did to file the motions in preparation of this action. The writ of mandamus cannot be used as a substitute for appeal. So basically, he's telling them what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? So basically, they go back and they could just do what this attorney general's kind of giving them like hints. I'm taking it as like, hey, you're giving them some tips on how to go about it, right? Because now they could just do that. This decision could have been appealed. And I don't think it's too late to do that. Let's see. Disqualification of counsel can be required, or it can be at the discretion of the trial court. The extraordinary remedy of a writ is not available where the matter is within the discretion of the trial court. State X Woodford versus Marion. An action for mandate cannot be employed to adjudicate and establish a right or to define and oppose a duty. Though this court has reviewed disqualification of counsel through original actions, the court has not issued a writ to reverse a trial's court discretionary removal of counsel, but has issued writs where counsel's continued representation exceeded statutory authority. Okay, so grant and writ, remove private counsel retained for a state agency in violation statute. Okay, denying writ to reinstate disqualified attorneys where the attorneys requested to withdraw if not granted a certain motion. But appellate courts have reviewed discretionary removal of counsel through interlocutory, I don't know how to say that word, interlocutory appeal. Anyway, removal here, it was at the discretion of the trial court, so mandamus is inappropriate. Okay, so I think we get the point there. Now B, Allen does not identify an absolute duty to reject counsel's withdrawal or to permit them to reinitiate representation. The law does not replace an absolute duty upon courts not to interfere with the attorney-client relationship. But it bars arbitrary and unjustified interference. Allen contends that respondent acted to terminate the attorney-client relationship when she had an absolute duty to refrain from doing so. But Allen does not identify the origin of this absolute duty. Allen's brief does not contain the verbatim statement of the relevant parts of all cases, statutes, and other authorities relied upon, required by rules, Original Act R. Such a statement is necessary to define the source and scope of the duty that Allen seeks to mandate. A trial court's authority to remove counsel is more nuanced and less absolute than Allen suggests. Okay, so then we have one, the right to choose counsel or continue representation is not absolute. The Sixth Amendment guarantees every defendant the assistance of counsel. United States versus Gonzalez Lopez. Those who do not need counsel appointed also have the constitutional right to choose counsel. But indigent defendants do not have the right to choose appointed counsel. But see, if they're trying to be as private counsel, wouldn't that take away the indigent? Because, I mean, they're doing that. I wish that the lawyers would have just went about it and said, hey, we worked out a payment plan and he's going to pay, we already worked that out. And that's between his freaking counsel and him, how they're going to pay for it, right? You know what I'm saying? Because then it would have been, he could have given like $20. You know what I'm saying? He could have paid something and then it would look... I mean, pro bono, it should still be private counsel, but anyway. Have the right to choose appointed counsel. Okay. So they're saying, so people that have public defenders that can't pay for their counsel do not have the right to choose appointed counsel. Okay. The United States Supreme Court has not recognized for appointed or retained counsel a distinct right to continuity of representation, and the court has rejected a constitutional right to a meaningful relationship with counsel. Moore's versus Slappy. But the Sixth Amendment purpose of ensuring a fair trial imposes a baseline requirement of competence on whatever lawyer is chosen or appointed. The right to choose counsel is not absolute, while the right to select and be represented by one's preferred attorney is comprehended by the Sixth Amendment. The essential aim of the amendment is to guarantee an effective advocate for each criminal defendant, rather than to ensure that a defendant will inexorably be represented by the lawyer whom he prefers. Wheat versus United States. But for retained counsel, courts must recognize a presumption in favor of the defendant's counsel of choice. And I feel like that it moved over into retained counsel, right? I don't know. I wish they would have kind of like worded it different when they went about it, but it still is. Yeah, exactly. It's none of their business. But the fact that they said, oh, we're doing a pro bono, and they're like basically admitting that he's not going to pay, I wish they would have just, had him pay a little bit, so it could be looked at a little bit different. But it's still, I still think it should be considered private counsel, retained counsel, because it's not, who cares? The lawyers are doing it. Who cares who, you know what I'm saying? They're the ones taking the pay cut. They're not getting paid by the state. So it should still fall under it, is what I'm saying. But I think that's the little details that they're trying to work out legally. Like, okay, so wait, it was, public defender, and now it's not, but anyway, Indiana has not addressed whether distinction between retained and appointed counsel alters a court's authority to substitute counsel, and authority is mixed in other jurisdictions. Okay, so this is even saying retained. So Indiana has not addressed whether the distinction between retained and appointed alters a court's authority to substitute counsel. So they don't even have a clear law about that. So I don't know that even if he retained them, that the court could still have the authority to get rid of them, substitute it. So it's a little tricky here. So I don't know, guys. The Colorado Supreme Court recently held that indigent defendants have no constitutional right to continued representation by appointed counsel. Yeah, but how it could change from freaking indigent, and like, what if they get like people help and they donate and they're able to pay? Like, can it transfer? Can it change from, hey, we were indigent but now we could pay? I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? It's a little tricky. I think that's the problem. Yeah, exactly, Melissa. I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. I wish they would do that. Anyway, People versus Rainey. Okay, so the court found that any right to continuity of counsel must flow from the right to choose counsel, which indigent defendants lack. This is going to be tricky. But the court recognized that indigent defendants have an interest in continued representation by appointed counsel if they can demonstrate that prejudice would result from substitution with a different court-appointed attorney. Trial courts must give great weight to a defendant's preference. Whether requiring a presumption of weighty consideration, trial courts must weigh a defendant's preference for representation against the circumstances favoring disqualification. 2. The right to counsel must be balanced with the need for a fair trial. Contrary to Allen's claims, more than 2 circumstances may require a court to interfere with a defendant's preference for counsel. As Allen recognizes, a defendant cannot insist upon counsel who is not admitted to practice. Wheat versus Wheat, U.S. at 159. And a court may act to remove counsel when the representation creates an actual or serious potential for a conflict of interest, including refusing to permit the defendant to waive the conflict. But those are not the only circumstances that allow interference with preferred counsel. But see, that they would have to prove there was some kind of conflict of interest from him having Rosie and Baldwin compared to not. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that they could prove. Where's the conflict of interest there, buddy? I don't see one. Anyway, counsel's conduct or personal circumstances may justify removal. Gross incompetence or physical incapacity of counsel, or contumacious conduct. See, I don't think any of that they could prove, right? That cannot be cured by a citation for contempt may justify the court's removal of an attorney, even over the defendant's objection. Yeah, but I don't think she's proved that on any of that. A trial court may disqualify an attorney for a violation of the rules of professional conduct that arises from the attorney's representation before the court. And a defendant may not insist on the counsel of an attorney who has a previous or ongoing relationship with an opposing party, even when the opposing party is the government. See, that makes me think about Gull's relationship with Liberato. Wouldn't that be? I mean, I don't know. I know they're just friends, but depending on how close their relationship is. Because it says even when the opposing party is the government. I'm trying to think what they're trying to say there. Holding the defense counsel should be disqualified where representation violated duty of the confidence to a former client, the state. I guess that wouldn't be the government. It should be the state. Hi, Richie. What's up? Hey, TD Tomahawk. Alan, what up? Long time no see. Because of me, I haven't been on. Anyway, the need for efficient administration of justice may require removal. The need for efficient. Okay. Finding no error in replacing preferred counsel who was indefinitely unavailable due to illness, and other rulings may deprive a defendant of his preference. While the denial of a continuance may infringe upon the defendant's right to counsel of choice, only an unreasoning and arbitrary insistence upon expeditiousness in the face of justifiable request for delay violates the right to the assistance of counsel. Man, that's a mouthful. All right, so courts must also balance the need of the public and victims. The general public and the victims of crime also have an interest in the even-handed administration of justice. Trial courts have the discretion to balance these interests with the defendant's desire to be represented by his preferred counsel. Through varied interests may necessitate overriding a defendant's preference. Disqualification is an extreme remedy that should only be used when a court deems it reasonably necessary to ensure the integrity of the fact-finding process, the fairness of appearance of fairness of trial, the orderly or efficient administration of justice, or public trust or confidence in the criminal justice system. Okay. So C, the lack of record prevents review of counsel's disqualification. Defense counsel's withdrawal truncated the proceedings, and the present record prohibits complete review of whether the trial court's concerns justified substitution of counsel. In Chambers, prior to the October 19th hearing, the court listed reasons it felt counsel should be disqualified that it intended to address in the hearing. The prosecutor was prepared to present evidence from the leak investigation. But this hearing did not occur because defense counsel withdrew rather than challenge the factual allegations at the time. At the October 31st hearing, where Baldwin and Rosie attempted to appear for Allen and had their own counsel, no additional evidence was offered or arguments made to rebut the court's allegations. Respondent raised concerns that could warrant disqualification depending on the circumstances. Raised concerns that could warrant disqualification. Okay. The court concerns raised questions regarding counsel's compliance with professional ethics and ability to provide Allen effective representation. After the state sought a gag order, counsel had assured the court that they did not intend to try the case in the media, but then issued a detailed press release challenging specific evidence that the court believed violated Professional Conduct Rule 3.36. The restriction on publicly commenting on specific evidence and related limits on pretrial publicity exists to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial and the availability of an impartial jury. I mean, I do see that, but dang it. I do see some of the points they're bringing up, but I still think overall that he should be able to keep them. The court expressed concerns about counsel's candor. Baldwin informed no one that a defense outline had been sent to a third party for months until the state discovered it. The court noted prior filings appeared to make factual allegations without foundation, which were then disproven. Wait, the court noted? Okay, sorry. Sometimes I need to read stuff twice, especially with this kind of wording. This record does not contain the transcripts necessary to evaluate these concerns. But the concerns raise potential ethical issues and concerns for competent representation. So you see Outback Steakhouse of Florida versus Markley, noting attorneys may not make false or misleading statements to the tribunal and that such conduct may be prejudicial to the administration of justice. Counsel's conduct could implicate a conflict of interest or endanger Allen's ability to secure an impartial jury. Defense counsel permitted 2 separate leaks of protected material, including graphic crime scene images. Public dissemination of graphic crime scene images could inflame prejudice against Allen. Because of the extraordinary public attention on this trial, the court imposed a strict protective order on all discovery. The record contains incomplete and inconsistent information regarding the extent of the leaks and counsel's role in them. An affidavit from a friend and former employee of Baldwin's claims responsibility for taking the photos without counsel's knowledge. But a letter from counsel to the court indicates that counsel regularly consulted the same friend about the case and defense strategy. It's unclear whether the friend was given access to protective discovery or privileged information during these consultations. I was wondering that too, when he's saying that he consulted with him about the case. It does make you wonder, okay, well, what did you talk, there's a gag order, what did you consult with him? So, but that would have to be proven, because it could just be the basics and he'd be allowed to do that, right? So anyway, and the reason I'm still I feel like I'm still, I just don't like how this case has been so private and secretive, and so and with the gag order and all that crap. So I just feel like it was just, there's some things that they just needed to be upfront about. I feel like there's some things that we should have known. I feel like the public should have known years ago, and we could have helped. So I just don't like how they handled this case and how they're all private about it. I think that was not the route to go with this case. I think they screwed up. They screwed it up by doing that. So, hey, sweet Dudley! What's up? Jim! You don't think TD Tomahawk? Do you want him to be, though? You don't think they will, but do you want him to be? I'm starting to doubt it. You know my prediction before this, the last, weeks, people have been asking, what do you think's going to happen? It's unclear. I don't know. I think they just feel very passionate about this case, and I just think that he should be able to have them if they are willing to do it pro bono, All right, so did I skip a part, though? Let's see, the leak counsel's investigation appears to be ongoing. Investigations into the potential liability for counsel's conduct during representation could give rise to a conflict of interest during requiring removal. Okay, so the record is also inadequate for full consideration of Allen's preferences. The record contains expressions of Allen's desire to retain Baldwin and Rosie after being informed of the leak. But the record does not show what Allen knew or understood regarding the leak. The court's other concerns about counsel's competence, how these matters impacted his ability to obtain a fair trial, or the alternatives available to him. Taken as true, the existing assertions of Allen's preference are insufficient to determine that he is making an informed decision. The presumption of deference to the defendant's choice is strengthened by confidence that it is an informed and an individual choice by the defendant. And that's what Lotta versus State. Inquiry and advisements from the court are needed to ensure Allen understands the risks and gains of his choice. So go over it and see. I still think he would come to the same conclusion. I think these are the best guys for his. Like, if I was him, I would want them. I wouldn't want new lawyers. If I was in his position right now, heck yeah, I would fight to keep them because they actually care. They're very passionate about the case. They have a freaking alternate narrative. Like a lot of people, the defense, even prosecution, even the states will have like a case and they won't have like a good like story of what happened. You know what I'm saying? And but for the defense, a lot of people, to create that reasonable doubt that okay, somebody had to do it. So when a defense could come up with an alternative theory of and have a person to say, hey, it could be this person, that's like the best kind of defense because a lot of times they don't have another person. And like I said, just because that they could say these group of guys, it's not, those guys aren't on trial. You know what I'm saying? So they could just, if they have an alternate theory, that's like really good for a defense, I feel like. So oh, I'm frozen. Do I keep freezing, guys? I don't know. Let me see. I didn't realize it. I haven't. Can you guys hear me? Shoot, that sucks. I don't know what to do. Um, is it doing it a lot? Oh, my audio is going in and out? Huh. Hold on. Oh. Okay, only been 2 times. Okay, let's just continue. Um, the court's discretionary decision could be reviewed on appeal with a complete record, but the limited review in this action is inappropriate. Courts have discretion to remove counsel for gross incompetence or inappropriate conduct that cannot be adequately addressed through contempt. This requires more than general concerns that a counsel is not handling the case as well as they should. But the extraordinary remedy of a writ is not available where the matter is within the discretion of the trial court. This is such a case. Allen has not asked this court to mandate further proceedings, but an outcome. Allen seeks a combination of relief, reinstatement of counsel, removal of the judge, and trial within 70 days of the writ. That would not permit respondent or any successor judge to undertake further proceedings prior to the trial. This is inappropriate to decide whether the trial court abused its discretion. Writs may issue to compel lower courts to act on matters within their discretion, but they are not appropriate to dictate how that discretion is exercised. The balance between a defendant's ability to choose representation and his right to effective representation warrants comprehensive appellate review, not the expedited and truncated proceedings here. 2. The request that the court order trial to commence within 70 days is improper as Allen has not requested this relief in the trial court. As his second request for relief, Allen asks the court to order his trial to commence within 70 days of the issuance of the writ. At 14, Allen has not moved for an early trial under Indiana Criminal Rule 4. Allen points to the fact that he signed a motion in August 2023 requesting an early trial that has purposefully not been filed with the trial court. A trial court cannot act on a motion that has never been presented to it. Until the trial court has shown by some ruling or refusal to act that it is exceeding or failing to exercise its jurisdiction, there is no basis for action. Allen can file a motion for early trial at any time, and the trial court must set the trial date within 70 days. Because Allen has not requested an early trial, it is improper for him to ask this court to order that relief in the first instance. 3. The request that this court replace Judge Gall is improper as that request has not been properly presented to the trial court. As his third request for relief sought, Allen asked the court to remove Judge Gall and appoint a new special judge. This request is improper, as Allen has not asked for this relief from the trial court. It is true that after he withdrew, Rosie filed a motion to disqualify. However, at that time that Rosie filed that motion, he was no longer Allen's attorney, so Judge Gall could not take any action on the motion. Allen cites no authority that a trial court must entertain a motion by an attorney who is not the party's current attorney. Filings by attorney not properly granted pro hac vice nullity. Allen does not meet the condition precedent of Rule 2 because Allen did not first request this relief in writing from the trial court. It is improper to request this relief now. Further, Allen fails to show that a remedy by appeal is not adequate. Current counsel could have filed Rosie's motion or sought interlocutory, I don't know why I can't say that word very good, interlocutory appeal on the refusal. The appellate process is adequate to correct any abuse of the respondent court's discretion in denying realtor's motion for change of judge. A writ is inappropriate because Allen has a remedy through the appellate process. He can file his motion for change of judge, and if denied, he can appeal that decision. Finally, Allen only points to the judge's rulings in this case to argue that the judge is biased. This is not sufficient. The mere assertion that certain adverse rulings by a judge constitute bias and prejudice does not establish the requisite showing of personal bias or prejudice. Law's first state. Even if properly before the court, this record does not support a change of judge. So conclusion, because the precise relief requested by Allen is not appropriate for resolution in this original action, this court should deny the writ. So it probably, him laying it out like that, they probably does seem like maybe they will deny this writ, but then they could come back and appeal it, right? Like they're saying that they should have basically went through a different process so they could go back and do that, but I don't know. I'm thinking that, oh, wait, hold on, Petty. Interlocutory. Interlocutory? That's how you say it? Okay. Interlocutory. Wow, I made it so much harder than what I was trying to do. Okay, so that's that. He's asking, to basically deny it, which very may well be the case. But then, like I said, that he'd go back and appeal it. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think that they might end up denying that, but hopefully they'll. Wait, what's already on the way? What are you saying, Alan? So what do you guys think? So should I start a new live to go to just start a new subject, or should I just keep this live? They can't go back to the trial court though. Wait, what do you mean, Petty? They can't appeal it? Like they can't go. That's what I was wondering. Where he's saying that they should go to basically go about it, the appellate, like appeal the stuff, right? Instead of the writ or whatever, which I'm not going to pretend I understand all this legal talk or whatever, as much as I can, I guess, but not like a lawyer would understand it. But, so are you saying that it's too late to do that, Petty? Because that would suck. I hope not. All right, so hold on one second. Let me. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to see how I want to go about the rest of the live. Oh, Thomas, I don't know. Shoot. That's weird. You're definitely, hold on one second. Somebody's having trouble. Okay. One second. Let me bring up what I was gonna. So you guys already, I mean, we know about hold on a second. I'm sure you guys already talked about Westerman's arrest, right? I missed that too. I missed a lot of stuff going on. All right, maybe I will just play. Oh, I still have the documentary clips that I wanted to play. Remember we were watching the documentary. There's a couple clips that that wasn't on that one live, so we still have that. Hold on one second, because I have like a bunch of stuff that I've been just like gathering, and I'm trying to think of which route I want to go here. Hold on one second. I guess I could play. Okay, so I'll just play the little edited thing I have. Okay, so I edited, like I was saying earlier. Hold on, where are you guys at? Oh, thanks, Peyton. I edited together like I said, clips, just like clips that I like discussion points that I wanted to talk about from like press conferences, some other interviews with Doug Carter, a couple or an interview with Kelsey and Doug, and I basically just like clipped out certain parts that I wanted to like discuss and certain like just interesting things that I felt like just going back through freaking almost 7 years worth of things. Sometimes it's interesting to go back through like old things and see, because remember, this whole time they're aware of all this stuff. So law enforcement knows, like they have the whole video of Liberty. They have like the Discover. I mean, they know about the Odinism, so they know all this stuff as they're doing interviews and doing press conferences. They're aware of all this stuff that we're just finding out slowly, like years later. So it's just sometimes it's interesting to go back and like listen, because I mean they're only human, so sometimes you could like get information, knowing like more information now, listening to it, it means something different. So yeah. And then I made some silly edits on some of them. I like added music and like I don't know, just having a little bit of fun in between some of the stuff. Um uh but just to like point out things. So let's watch that. And then we'll just go from there. I have like a bunch of like links from like interesting articles. I have some other videos that I put in my file to play today, and then the documentary. So we have, yeah, we this could be a long live. I don't know if I want to break it into two. Oh, so the Attorney General is basically, I just read through it. They're basically saying that the writ was like not the way they should have went about some of the stuff, like requesting to get rid of judge, you know, even the fact of keeping his lawyers and stuff. They said that wasn't appropriate. Should have went like appealed it or whatever. And yeah, I mean he's basically picking out points where he doesn't think it's not that he doesn't think that they should like get it should happen. It's just almost like that they didn't provide enough information, as how I took it. There wasn't enough. Like maybe it's a possible, but they needed more. They didn't give enough stuff to do it, and they didn't do it the right way. So I almost didn't take it like it was like he was saying like totally nope, not appropriate, like it shouldn't happen. But it was like, no, you didn't give us enough information, and you didn't go about it the right way, is how I was taking it. But all right, so let me play that little video. It's like 35 minutes. Like I said, I'm planning on just like stopping it and talking. Hopefully I remember. So I'm afraid what's going to happen. I was going to take notes. I'm afraid what's going to happen is I'm going to play it, and then like there'll be a clip where I'm going to forget why I played it, and then it's just going to run through, and I'm not going to remember to stop it and point out what I was trying to say with it. So that's why I like added these little edits in there. But some of them, but not all of them. But okay, let me just find it here. Hold on one second. I just exported it. And it's really in no particular order. It starts off with the press conference from July so the beginning is the first one. It's going to start off with the press conference in July where they show like the first sketch. So it was July, I think 17th, I think what it was, where they show the first sketch. And yeah, just the way hopefully I'll be able to remember everything I wanted to point out. Okay, so here we go. I just add a little music here in between. Yeah, July 17th, 2017.
We all here? Okay. Good morning. Thank you for showing up. Basically, as you all know, we have sent you out an email with 2 photos in it. We would like you to put both those photos in those when you talk about this case. We want the original photo that was put out earlier, and we also want the composite photo. So please, when you're putting out your information, we would like all that on there, please. Introduce a few people that are standing behind me before we get started here. You got Lieutenant Tom McKee from the Indiana State Police Post at Lafayette, Tony Liggett, sorry, from the Delphi, Carroll County Sheriff's Department. I'll get at this right here in a minute. Kevin Hammond from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Jerry Holman from the Indiana State Police Detectives out of the Lafayette State Police Post, and Tony Slocum, he's a public information officer out of the Peru Post. We're here to talk a little bit about the release that was put out. So I'm just basically going to open it up to questions. I will tell you now that most of the information that you have in the news release is about all that can be released at this time. So there's not going to be anything else real exciting, I guess would be the word, that's going to be put out there. But I'll be more than happy to take questions, and we'll go from there.
How did artists develop this sketch? Was the sketch made with the help of eyewitness or eyewitnesses, or was it made solely from the other picture we've seen so often?
Basically, I can't really answer that question completely. I can tell you it came from the investigation itself, from officers looking into things, to tips and leads that come in, that people that have come forward, we've got information from there.
See, now I was a little bit confused here because I thought this sketch came from a person. I thought it came from, well, I thought it came from Sarah, but Carball, but I feel like originally I thought it was, I guess, yeah, Sarah. So he makes it seem like it's like they're all working on it together, which I guess it could be. But yeah, just listen to some of the stuff he says. It's just weird.
There, and the composite was put together with that information.
Why release the sketch today? Did it just get finished? Have other people already seen this, including the family? Now it's just the right time to release it?
This picture was released at this time because that's when we felt that it needed to come out. The information needs to be put forward, and we wanted to get it out there so people can look at it. And it has just taken a while to get this thing put together, and that's why it's taken so long to get the picture out.
In the realm of evidence and leads that you have, how big is this photograph? How much are you counting on this artist sketch or the photograph of the sketch?
I mean, it's like anything else in a case. Anytime we get something new or some information out there, we always feel it's important to the case. We feel this is very important because it actually gives a better view of the person in the picture that you see down below. It shows a little more facial features, gives you a little more information on what's we're looking at, who the suspect might be, and that's why we feel it is very important that this picture's out there at this time.
What's so striking about this? What is the thing that investigators look at and say, wow, that's the thing that's going to make this guy stand out from all the other men walking around?
It's basically just a clear picture of his face compared to what you saw down below. We've got the information out there, the pictures out there. Now we got this composite that we feel that is the same. We feel it is the same person, and we just want to make sure that people realize that that picture is this person. We're hoping, and that
We feel like it is. I hope we want people to know that this person is the person. We're hoping. They're so unsure. They are so unsure. I mean, I guess it's that's mainly what it is they are lost. So they I think they thought like they were going to have this solved. You know, they have a freaking audio, they have a video of them. I think that they thought this was going to be solved quick. And now we're in July, and yeah, it's still the same year. But I think they thought it would be solved by now even. So that is how many months? Like 5 months. And they're still, I feel like, still so confused. Like, oh, I hope it's the same guy. We think it's the same guy. You know what I'm saying? They have no idea. And then 2 years later, they say, oh, just disregard that. Well, some of them say, disregard that. It's the second sketch. Carter always stuck by, which I point out all the clips where he all continually stuck by, oh, it's a combination of both. Yet you have some of your people saying it's two different people. Like, disregard the first one. Now we think that this is the guy. This other guy is maybe not responsible or not important. I don't know. I don't know what they made with the first sketch. But Doug always stuck by, oh, it's going to be a combination of both. Well, and it's not a picture, right? It's not a picture. It's just a sketch, which we get that. But basically what they're telling us is they give those two freaking pictures. It's going to be a combination of both. It's not a picture. It's just a sketch. So it's just going to be similarities. So basically what you're saying, it's a guy because there's so many different characteristics, and you're saying it could be like in between in a mix. So you know what I'm saying? Basically with those two sketches, what they're telling us is they have no idea what he looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just basically a guy that's between 5, 6, and you know what I'm saying? Like a very general factors. You know, that's what they're saying. It's ridiculous.
they can get that picture and take that picture and get us some information on a possible suspect.
How confident are you that is accurate?
We're pretty confident. The information that was received, with that information, we've been able to put that together. Again, this thing wasn't drawn up overnight. We've been working with this picture and with the suspects that the witnesses that we have that would put this together. So it's not something that we did overnight. This has taken a while to put together.
Those witnesses, did they see them in the area, or did they call the tip line with that information?
I really can't go into that because we don't want to compromise the case itself.
But when you say witnesses, so multiple people were able to help you out with this sketch?
There was people that were able to help us out with this, yes.
Okay. Who made the sketch? ISP? Did you guys bring somebody specific in here to talk to those witnesses to come up with the exact look of this person? Or
It's basically just been a accumulation of all the departments have come together and we've put this composite together.
Question. I cannot find who did the sketch. Now, Bryant did the second sketch. And it's very public, and you could find, who did the second sketch, and you could find it right away, who did it. But I've tried to look on who did the first sketch, and maybe I'm just like overlooking something. But can anybody find who did that first sketch? And the reason I ask is because there's that rumor where people think that what they did is they took Duvall's picture and just kind of like made it look like him in a way. And so was it actual like a sketch artist that sat down with somebody like they normally do and sketched it out? And like she just asks who did it and he doesn't even answer. He doesn't give it. Was there one person that sketched this out or not? I don't know. I know Bryant, because I did a video on him. He did the second sketch. And he's not that bad of a sketch artist. Like I said, you're able to see some of the sketches he did, and then afterwards they caught a few of the people, and then you could kind of compare. And he wasn't. I mean, it's not that he wasn't a horrible sketch artist. He's pretty good for what it is. But I cannot find who did this. I know, that's what I'm thinking, but I thought we were told that it was from witnesses, though. So is it based just on the video, or is it from witnesses, or maybe it is just a combination of everybody, I guess. I don't know. But, we saw the 4 sketches, so there's other sketches, too, so who knows? Yeah, this guy is not confident at all. This guy's he seems like he's clueless.
Now in the release you talk about not to focus on the hat. It might not be accurate. Can you talk a little bit about that so people at home know why?
Well, if you see the original picture down below, it appears that he's got a hat on that's got the flaps down over the, kind of down over the face. We want to make sure that you focus on the picture. We want to make sure the face is what you're looking at, and not to worry about the hat. Even though that hat is not quite the same as the one in the picture, we want the facial features is what we want you to look at.
In the release, you mentioned some of exactly like his hair color and things like that. Can you talk about that information that you put in the release right now?
Basically, the hair color is a reddish brown. She was, or the person was not clear on the color of the eyes, but the person said it was definitely not blue. She was the person was very obvious that it was not blue eyes, but they did mention that they were not clear on which color it was.
Well, let's shift gears to the Florida fire and talk about, that's still a very active investigation as well.
It is, and there's a couple of components of that.
Patronus, I made you a mod so far, because at least we have one mod going on until I slowly build up our crew again. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to let you know. So at least we have one in case if there's some bots or whatever.
I wish we were able to complete. We haven't been able to do that yet. Again, I've been very careful not to get myself involved. Sure. I tend to screw things up.
Oh, I just made these silly edits. But what? Well, he tends to screw things up? This is the guy that's helping figure this out? I just made some funny, just had fun. But yeah. He screwed up. He tends to screw things up. So he's trying to stay out of it because he screws things up. I just don't.
Again, I've been very careful not to get myself involved. Sure. I tend to screw things up.
Sure, we'll do our best.
That's not what we want to hear from a law enforcement, right?
Are incredible.
They're awesome. Oh my gosh, they're awesome. Yeah. I will stand ready to support them at any hour of the day. We've traveled to multiple states in this country.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is another thing. I didn't realize, so some of you guys might know all this, some people that have been in this case for years and just specifically into this case, but like I said, I do a different cases, so this is probably the longest I've stayed on this case. So multiple states. So he's talking about that he's traveled to multiple states for the Florida fire to try to solve it. Does anybody know? Were they onto some people in multiple states? So I just thought that was kind of interesting because I didn't realize that they traveled to multiple states trying to figure it out.
To try and find out who set that fire. Now, listen, I don't believe that anybody set it intentionally to kill those 4 little girls. I don't believe that.
They came back with what we had initially thought, and so this was intentionally set.
So I just wanted to show, this is from 2 years later, and then when it goes back to that one where it says, he just says it's not intentionally set, and then 2 years prior, he says that it came back that it was intentionally. And then there's another thing that I kind of go back and show you. So he talks about how in 2020, in this setting, he talks about how, I wish people would talk to us. I wish more people would talk to us. But then back in 2018, he's saying that all these people were talking to him about it, about what happened, just about details and stuff. So I don't know. Are people talking to him or aren't they about it?
I hope I'm not proven wrong. I think it was a consequence of a bad choice. And again, I hope somebody will talk to us one day.
Over time now, people are starting to talk to us about that place, about that home, about the area around that home, what might have been some of the activities in and around that residence in the days, weeks, and months leading up to the fire. That's all good news because we're learning things that we didn't know before. And again, that's coming from what human beings are telling us. And then that gives us an opportunity to talk to other individuals as time goes on. So I'm pleased with where we are there. We're not in a place where we're going to make an arrest yet, but I believe that we will. The Indianapolis Fire Department did a great job for us, a peer review, which is what we do with any major case, and I was very pleased, and they came back with what we had initially thought, and so this was intentionally set. So again, one of these days, we'll be able to explain to those 4 little girls what happened and what we did.
Yeah, and so in a short span of time, that community lost 6 young lives.
From November to February.
And yeah. I want to paint a picture for folks that maybe aren't familiar with what that community looked like in the days after. Oh. I've never seen anything like it.
I haven't either, John. No.
Our command center was packed to the ceiling with drinks and snacks and food. We had lines at the door of people saying, "Can I hand out flyers? What can I do?"
Right.
And so, what can they do? 3 years later, what can that community
keep doing what they do? Yeah. Keep doing what they've done.
Yes.
Now, I would love to have the recipes of many of those dishes that were delivered.
Oh
my gosh.
Yes.
Oh my! I'm glad I didn't work up there every day.
I was there for a week and gained
right,
I'm sure.
Right.
But
right.
More than just the food, that community has raised funds. They've
I know, Petty. I don't know. Like, originally, when I first started, following this case, when this first happened, I always leaned more on, like, oh, he's a good guy. Like, I really like him. He was strange, Doug Carter, I mean. But now, this time, going into it, like, he's, like, I'm saying, wait, is he? Or is he just, like, really weird and creepy? I don't know how to take him. I don't know, Petty. What do you guys, like... A part of me thinks, like, is he just a really good guy, but just very odd socially, and he comes across as weird? Or is he just, like, a weird, like, it makes me think, as I was watching his interviews, it's making me think, like, wonder what he's like at home. Like, wonder what kind of a husband he is. Wonder what kind of, because he said he has a daughter. Like, wonder, like, how he is. I don't know. Is it just, like, because he's, like, public, and he's just, some people are, like, awkward, like, publicly, but maybe, like, at home he's not so weird? I don't know. I was going to do a poll on that. Like, I'm trying to think how to word it because I want to know, like, how people feel about him. Because I know I have people that actually think that he's bridge guy, which I don't think that. But I know. I mean, I'm not going to shoot anybody's opinions down. I personally just don't think he is involved or anything as far as, like, that he took part in any of the murders or anything like that. But I'm just trying to figure out if he is, like, kind of creepy in a way, and if he isn't as good of a guy as what he, like, tries to say. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, it's like maybe he's just a weird, like, not a good guy. I don't know, though. I don't know. Maybe he really is. It's just tricky, but you'll see more of how his odd things in this video. I mean, in these clips.
Built a softball diamond for those girls. I mean, they've just done so much, but gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could just close that last piece that they're missing and put somebody in jail for this?
I'm not sure how that would feel, but I can't wait. And if, we've said this before, either one of these individuals...
Yeah, it seems... Now, I could just be reading into these things, but he says either one of these individuals... He's talking about Delphi, and then he goes, well, or a group of people or whatever. But it's almost like when you say something that specific, it's almost like you already are aware of who you're talking about. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, was that just a slip up? I mean, are they already aware, like, either one of these individuals, or am I just, like, reading way into that? I'm just pointing out everything. So some things might be just, oh, it's nothing, and some things, maybe there is something to it. But I'm going to do a poll, guys. Hold on.
We know we've said this before. Either one of these individuals, or a group, whatever that might be, that were involved in this, there's multiple ways to resolve this in your mind and in your heart and in your soul.
Yeah.
And I hope you'll do the right thing one day.
Is that nothing, you guys? Either one of these individuals, and this is at a time where they haven't made no arrest. They don't know who's involved. Isn't that something you would say when you're aware of something? You're aware of who you're talking about, or no? All right, so do you think, you guys can just call me crazy if you think I'm crazy. Do you think Doug Carter, I don't know how to word this, I'll put creepy, a good guy. I'll put creepy, but I'll put like innocently creepy, like just kind of a creepy because, or is it like more, I'm trying to think how to word this. If it's like innocently creepy, if that's the right thing. I just want to get a good feel of what you guys all think, because I don't know. Not so innocently creepy. Hopefully that makes sense, you guys. Okay. Okay, so these are all clips where they talk about either the suspect versus suspects, like if there's more than one person, or the whole thing where they'll bring up either is Bridge Guy the audio talking or not. So Doug always almost talks like it's the same person, right? And then that other guy, which I always forget his name, the other guy came out twice and said, no, it's not necessarily the same guy. You know what I'm saying? He almost was like, seemed like he was thinking it was the person saying guys down the hill is somebody different than the person on the video, right? And I feel like Doug was pushing more that it was the same. So it makes it very confusing as a public. You're reaching out to the public to ask for advice or to ask for help on who this person is, to recognize them. When you have Doug, which is more the face of the, I feel like he's more the face of the of this case. Like, he was very, like, when you think of this case, usually you think of his face, at least I do. And he's saying one thing in the sketches, how he's thinking, oh, it's in between, and then there's other people saying, no, these are two different people. So it makes it complicated for the public to to be like, okay, does this guy have to match the audio and the physical? You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, so I try to find clips where they were talking about those two things. Okay. I tried over and over to make out what this guy was asking, and
we have other information that we're not sharing, and specific to your question, Raphael, keep in mind that there is the likeliness, the possibility of more than one person. We're not saying that the voice that you heard is the same as this person here. This is all very complicated, very involved. And as much as we would like to tell you everything, more importantly, we want to solve the crime.
I like this guy. Why do I feel like out of all of them, like I feel like I trust him the most. Like when he talks, it seems like he's being the most honest. What is his name? Does anybody know? But this guy is the only one out of all of them that I feel like it makes any sense. But I don't know what his name is.
That could be or could not be. The audio is also from Liberty's phone. So again, she had the presence of mind to have the phone on and to capture video as well as audio.
How long after Liberty posted times happen? Do the murders happen immediately after, or was there time for someone to see them on social media and then meet them on that trail?
As a special, we know that there are going to be lots of questions that we specifically cannot answer, because there are things that we do not want to tip our hand to the person that's responsible for this. That kind of information we're keeping close to ourselves. Is it reasonable to think that that's an area, one of two things happen. That was a chance encounter. That's possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Or that person knew that they were going to be there. That's possible as well. Those are things that we're looking at.
So what's he saying right there? From what they know, he's leaning more towards, he said it was unlikely that it was just a chance encounter. Of course, they might not have all the answers, and obviously they don't have all the answers, but February 22nd, 2017, what he's saying is that it's not likely that it was a chance encounter. That it's more likely that it was planned, is what he just said, basically. So who's a troll?
Too.
Captain, how was it determined that he was the main suspect? Can you go into detail on that?
As I indicated before, the reason we believe this is a suspect is based on the totality of the evidence that we've gathered thus far. That has led us to believe this is the person that at least participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
Is there some information out there that we're not releasing?
Oh, there certainly is. So what information do we have? What have we released? We've released the audio tape that says, you hear the voice saying, down the hill, down the hill. It's a distinctive enough voice that somebody that knows that person could say, boy, that sounds like fill in the blank of the name.
Right. What about suspect as opposed to suspects? Has that been addressed?
What we have publicly addressed is people want to make the assumption that the voice saying down the hill, it belongs to the person that's captured in the image from the cell phone. That's not necessarily the case. We're not making any assumption about that. We have more video, we have more audio, but it is specific to the investigation, and that's why it's not being released at this time.
As far as the suspect in this case, are there any things that you are confident in as far as age, height, weight, etc.?
This is my own personal opinion. I believe that the person on the bridge that we have a photograph of is the murderer.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that we have his voice, and I believe that we have a video of him walking.
See, right there, he's saying the person on the bridge, they have a photograph of, video, it's his voice, it's him walking, so he's basically putting it into the same guy right here again, like he does. Which I don't like how he, I feel like he's led people in the, with false ways of looking at it, and I think that's hurt the investigation. I really do. Because I don't think it's the same guy. I think the guy's walking, or there's a good possibility that the guy talking is somebody different than the guy in the video. At least you have to be open to that possibility, because you're going to miss out on tips of people that are like, gosh, it sounds like him, but it doesn't look like him, so it can't be him. Or it looks like him, but it doesn't sound like him, so it can't be him. And then they don't, you know what I'm saying? They miss out that tip. No, it's misleading, I feel like.
And that's why I know somebody knows who he is.
Mm-hmm. Me too. I think like if I looked at that and it was my grandpa, I would be able to tell you that's my grandpa right there.
Absolutely.
And that's because I see him all the time. So when people are like, why can't they release more of the video? I'm like, well, if that was my best friend, I would know who he is from that. So I don't think that they need to release more. So they ask me that a lot. They're like, is there more that they can release? I'm like, well, I don't know if there's more, because they wouldn't tell me. But if there was, I would tell them not to release it.
Right.
So, yeah, I make sure to tell them that a lot.
We are releasing additional.
She would tell him not to release it? Okay. I don't know. And then if you watch, I don't know why it makes me laugh also. So not only does Doug, it's almost like comical because how weird he is. It's like so awkward almost. But if you also watch Tobe, he'll always be like standing to his side as Doug's talking, and just like his facial expressions or lack of facial expressions and his little mustache or whatever. I don't know why that just makes me laugh sometimes too. Yes.
Portions of the audio recording from that day. Please keep in mind, the person talking is one person and is the person on the bridge with the girls. This is not two different people speaking. Please listen to it very, very carefully.
And I know what he's saying right there is that the guys down the hill is the same person, but he's also saying is the one person on the bridge with her. So he's making it, if people are listening, they're going to just assume or think of it as it's just all the same guy, which, like I said, could be dangerous because you could be missing out on potential tips of people because it could be two people and they're saying, oh, nope, can't be him because one doesn't match or whatever. I just don't like that. It makes me mad that he did that. At least the other guy came out a few times, when he talks about it, he's saying, no, it could be a different guy. It's not necessarily that it's the same person. And I think that's just really important. I'm sorry. I know I brought it up a million times, but I think it's freaking important.
The audio that you released, it says guys down the hill. Does guys and down the hill come right next to each other in the original recording?
Again, there's speculation about what that means, what was actually said, who said it, was it connected, was it the same voice? And again, that's an investigative component of this, and I'm not worthy to discuss it.
Hey, Dustin, you said you would want to maybe interview me. Will you email me? I don't understand. Can you explain what that all is better? Explain what, I don't understand what, it's a radio station, but it's on TV. Can you email me a little bit about it? Unless you changed your mind. Okay, sorry.
I've spoken to some people who were involved in the investigation early on, and they say that there's more. There's more video, there's more sound. Why not release more of that?
It's important that we don't show our hand, quite frankly, and very directly. We're not going to explain what we know about the killer. We're not going to do that. We're not going to explain some of the intricate details of the death of Abby and Libby. Unfortunately, one day we're going to have to, but then that's going to create a whole other issue with family and friends and the community and the like. So from an investigative standpoint, I'm not going to talk any more about it.
Yeah, just don't talk about anything. It's freaking ridiculous.
That's your obituary, sir. There's somebody else involved in this case?
Excuse me?
Do you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation, and so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has, and as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
Since Allen's arrest, Indiana State Police have received more than 300 tips about this case. I asked Carter if they are looking for others.
Is there somebody else out there?
Right now, we have arrested Richard Allen, and that's what the courts have allowed us to do. We are going to be searching for anyone involved in this case until it's over. Mm-hmm. And today's no different than that.
Okay, guys, I want to go get another thing of coffee, but I'm going to play something else while I'm doing that because I want to stop and talk about this as I watch it. So hold on one second. Let me find something else that I was going to play real quick, and then we'll finish watching this. Because when we get more to the clips with Kelsey and his interview, I feel like... All right, hold on now. 1 second, guys. Let's see, what can I play? Okay, so I'll play... I guess I could play the clips from the documentary that we were going to watch, even though I was going to stop that. But hopefully I'll be able to come up and in time and stop and be able to stop it. Hold on one second. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll do the that one interview with Jolie Melvin with that one kid that's actually on the documentary too. Talks about Libby having somebody that she was like scared of or whatever. I'm just gonna play that real quick because it'll be perfect amount of time for me to go get my coffee. It's 4 minutes long, and then we'll continue this. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me just play it real quick. Let me get it ready here. Because I don't want to do the documentary yet. We'll watch that after mine because I want to be able to stop that for a copyright, fair use stuff too. Okay, so. One second, boys. Hey, where? That's weird. Hold on a second. Where is it at? Delphi murders, Richard Allen arrest. Why wasn't that showing up? Hold on one second, guys. Just don't leave. I'll be right there. Oh, I guess it is called that. Okay. So we'll watch this real quick. I'll be back. And we'll finish mine.
Church, and I'm sitting here with Max Newberger. Hey Max, how you doing?
Good.
So Max, tell us about how did you know Libby? Tell us about that, if you would.
School, friendship, pretty young age, best friends.
Yeah, you guys were best friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was talking with you on the night of the 13th, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She was.
What was she? Was she wanting you guys to come and
hang out at the bridge that day, hike?
Mm-hmm.
But I had other plans.
Yeah, so
with my dad.
You weren't able. Yeah, there was a big farm sale, so that was something that was unusual, and it's so you ended up going with
my dad.
Yeah, with your dad, and then I know it was really hard for you. I know you went through a lot of hard times, and you've come through this, and you've had a lot of love and support from people. So now here we are. We're at the Delphi United Methodist Church. We've got an arrest with this guy. What were all your friends thinking? Were they kind of thinking that this was?
Well, everybody I've talked to thought this was just out of the blue, weird. I mean, but it does make sense more that I actually read into it, look at it.
Well, so what were you guys thinking? Like after the girls were murdered, what were your thoughts like about who did this? What was kind of the consensus among your friends?
Really, I don't think there was fingers pointed at that time.
Or even a thought about why. Did anybody?
Nobody could know why. Could figure out why.
Did you think this was like at the time random, or do you think?
Oh, it was very random. Yeah.
And so you didn't think it was like targeted or anything, or there was anything going on. So there were some people that you knew were that Libby was talking to. Did Libby tell you about some of these guys, or a guy?
Only a specific 19-year-old, not anybody specific.
Yeah,
nothing specific.
And that was on Snapchat, right?
It was.
And so I remember back in 2017, and I went on a YouTube channel. I was talking about it. That's when we met for the documentary, right, with Mike Grasso and Robin Uni and
Lifetime.
Yeah, Lifetime.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was completed, but there was some legalities so it's still sitting there, and it still may surface at some point in time. But when you got home, I said, "Hey Max, tell me when you what was the date that Libby first told you about this person?" And you were able to pull it up.
I was able to pull it up, but I don't.
I remember. December 26,
yeah.
2016.
Yeah.
And she had said, "Hey Max, this guy wants to meet me. Should I meet him?" And then you told her,
No.
because you're like, how do you know who this is, right? And you know, and so this is looking like it's ending up being and indeed some kind of a cat. You think that maybe, you know, the CSAM?
It could.
Yeah, because,
could.
you know, he's posing as someone. You know, he posed as Anthony Shots talking to Libby. But then this guy comes along and we're finding too. So are your thoughts that all be interconnected?
In a way, and again, I don't really know.
No. It's hard to tell. I mean, we are finding.
That's why I asked you last night.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're finding out. We've got to, I'm going to turn this camera. There's a lot of, so we're going to get ready to go in and get a seat here shortly. They're not letting people come in until what? I think 9:15. But we're going to keep praying. I think this might be like the first step in, you know, this whole process. But I think it's a, as Doug Carter told me, it's sure a step in the right direction. So that tells me that there's probably a lot more to come. And as talking, he's in the White County Jail and not willing to cooperate. But we'll get him and just keep saying prayers. Everybody keep praying and justice for Libby and Abby. We've hung in here so far and we're going all the way. So thanks everybody for watching.
Is that still on? Why was that going in slow-mo? Okay. Zeke wanted to say hi real quick. Look how fluffy he is. The longest he's gone without getting cut. Because my mom makes him get cut. I get so mad. Bubba. Show him your furry. Oh, hold on, Bubby. Okay. I want to show him how fluffy. How cute is this buddy? That's my boy. My mom, like, we fight all the time. Not really fight, but like, oh, no, let him... I want him to be fluffy longer, you know, like to enjoy his shaggedy look. So this time he had that butt issue, so he had to wait extra time to get cut. How fluffy is this buddy? Look how he's flirty. He's so furry. He's so fluffy. He's so soft. I gotta go give him a treat now, though. Look up, Bubba. Look how cute. Is he not the cutest? He really is. Hold on, Bubby. Show everybody how cute. Okay, sorry, Bubba. Show everybody how cute. Show. Look up there. How cute is he? Oh, I love him. Okay, I'll be right back. His booty's good. It's good. I wish I could show you. It's pretty much growing back now. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta give him a treat now. I promised him a treat. Because he's shy. He's a shy boy, so I have to bribe him to come on camera. Because he's shy on camera. Aren't you, Bubba? Okay, you want a treat, Bubby? He's going to be eating his treat up here, and then I'll be down. Love you, Bob. Love you. Okay, guys. My mom got me some dots. They're Christmas colored. Okay. I'm going to continue with my video. But you see, she interviews him, and then on that documentary, he says the same thing. I hope they looked into who that guy was. Does anybody know if they found who they were talking about? Oh, hey, man. I'm muted. Am I muted? I don't know. All right, let me continue. I just added silly music. I need like instrumental music for, you know, with just instruments. For these little like in between stuff. I don't know, this coffee's so good. Oh, I was trying to do an AI, guys, of this. Oh, I forgot I had it too. I did an AI of the combination and I forgot to add it in the edit. Well, I'm planning on breaking this up into shorts. That's why I did it the way, like with the music and stuff, because I wanted to just like, because I need more shorts. So I just wanted to break them into shorts. And then, so I just put them all together so I could discuss them. But I'll remember to add that. So I did AI where I did a screenshot of the combination of them. And then I did like half of the one sketch and half the other just to see, okay, if it's a combination, what would the person look like? Because I think it's two different people. Like, I'm so positive that it's two different people. Like, I don't think that these people are describing the same person. I think they're definitely describing two different freaking people. And I think it was irresponsible for Doug to make it seem like it was just one person. I'm sorry. That makes me so mad. Because I thought, this whole time I was thinking, like, am I an idiot? I'm not seeing the resemblance. No. He was gaslighting us. And I don't know what the reason for. I don't know. Like, is he hiding something? All right. I mean, is he, like, in a big part of the whole stuff?
During the course of this investigation, we have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch, which you will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders of these two little girls.
The sketch, and to be clear, and you did clarify this after, but in case folks didn't hear it, you don't want them to look at both sketches anymore. You only want the newly released sketch, correct?
That's correct. But remember, a sketch is not a photograph.
Right.
It's something similar to a resemblance. And the likelihood of this being something between the two is probably pretty strong. But again, that's a subjective opinion based upon what I believe.
In 2019, a new composite sketch of the suspect was created that looks a lot different to many people than the original sketch. How and why was the new sketch created, and why might it appear much different to people?
I can't talk a lot about that in detail, but I'll simply say that the investigation has evolved. And there are things we know we can't explain, and I know that there was a lot of anxiety about that, and even there was some confusion and some blame and some criticism of us. That criticism needs to come to me, not to anybody else, because I absolutely supported that change. And I think there will be enough similarities in this person when we find him that we'll be able to see it in both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just have a feeling that it's somewhere in the middle. Mm-hmm. So when everything happened in the beginning, I didn't have a face. Like, I have really bad nightmares, and so we didn't have a face. And then, like, I don't know, like a week later, like before the sketch was released, he suddenly had one, and it was not the new sketch, not the old one, but it was somewhere in the middle. Mm-hmm. And so I always try to figure out what that face is. Like, maybe I do know him.
Why do you think that? It's because he's putting it into your head. So he's put, like, by him saying that, of course, then your memory, you're going to, like, think that. You know what I'm saying? Your memory's going to form. You know how many, like, false memories are so easy to get? You know what I'm saying? People put something in your head and you don't even realize you're doing it, you know? And so, yeah, Kelsey, the reason you have that image is because what he's been saying that. And that's so funny, sweet dude. Exactly. So it's some guy between 5'6" and 6 foot, and I know that's not what they said originally, but that's basically what it comes down to. It's so vague. That drives a car that's has 4 wheels, and it's a mix between a car and an SUV, somewhere in the middle, or either or. And it's either black or all the other colors. It's one of the colors. It's so ridiculous. That's basically what it comes down to. No, it is. Did I say hi to you? I think I did. I don't know, man. I feel like I remember saying hi to you a minute ago, but maybe I forgot. But yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. And that's why I'm laughing, guys. I don't feel like that what happened was funny, but you could laugh at like the ridiculousness of what this turned into. And then at his faces, like his awkward reactions, like I still can't understand what that's about. Is it just innocent? I don't know. Let's see what the figures. We're at 50%. I knew it was going to be somewhere in the middle. Okay. Oh, well, wait. So we have, never mind, actually. So on that, the poll, we have 51% saying not so innocently creepy, 17% says a good guy, and 31% says innocently creepy. So the majority are saying not so innocently creepy. Wow. Yes, there you go, sweet Dolly. A Caucasian male from Delphi that drives a car. Or that drives a vehicle. Oh, Lordy. It's just...
Maybe I have met him, and that's the face. Like, I'm giving it with the voice. I just don't know it yet.
Kelsey, you were spot on. I wish everybody would look at this that way, because the similarities, and let me back up. When people look at that sketch, they think, oh my gosh, that person is 20 years younger than the initial one, and they view it as a photograph.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what a sketch is. And it's really, really, really important people look at it like you do,
mm-hmm.
and understand that it's going to be somewhere in the middle, or there'll be some similarities between those with a booking photo that I know we're going to get one day.
Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to the day I can look in his eyes and tell him how much I don't like him. I'm looking forward to that day.
Yeah, I'll stand with you.
Yeah. I can't wait.
Remember, the sketch is not a photograph.
Yes.
I believe the murderer is going to have similar characteristics of both sketches.
Great point. Great point.
Yeah.
It's only a sketch. It's not a photograph.
Mm-hmm.
So stay away from a narrow focus of what you see in the face.
Yeah.
2 sketches of who investigators said they were looking for. This was the first sketch. Then, 2 years later, a very different sketch of what investigators believed the killer looked like.
That was a very significant shift for us. And we had fully anticipated the criticism. But remember, a sketch is not a photograph. And I think eventually what we'll be able to do is put the face of the murderer up in between those 2 sketches, and we'll be able to merge them together and become one.
In 2019, Indiana State Police released a sketch of a man thought to be a suspect in the murder of Abby and Libby. 2 years later, investigators released another sketch of a much younger man.
That guy and that guy, there's a lot of similarities. How did we get from here to here?
Well, I think that, remember, I've said from the very beginning, since 2017, a sketch is a sketch, it's not a photograph. That's the first time I've seen that.
Really?
Yeah. And I've also indicated over time that I think once we get to where we are today, we'll be able to look at the similarities of the 2 sketches and make a photograph.
Dang, I must have forgot to edit out a song. Hold on a second real quick. Did you guys hear that? Was I hearing something? Because I'm looking at my editor and that shouldn't be in there. Hold on a second. That music that just came on. That's so weird because... Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, I guess I did screw it up and forgot to edit out a couple of the music clips. Oh well. Just ignore that. Sorry. I wasn't completely done, but when I was going live, I was like, I was planning on sharing it with my editor, but then I forgot that I can't share the audio with the editor because, so I had to hurry up and export it, and I forgot something. Oh well.
Richard Allen. So I think there's a little bit of both, and I don't regret the strategy to do what we did.
Wait, what year was that? Hold on, I want to see what year that interview was that we were just watching. 2022. Okay, so November. So yeah, that was after he got arrested. Right after he got arrested.
Richard Allen. So I think there's a little bit of both, and I don't regret the strategy to do what we did.
Do you think Mr. Allen is the man on that bridge?
The judge signed a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of him. I can't wait to tell the story, but today's not the day.
When do you think you can tell that story?
We're going to let the courts decide.
In other words, let them decide when they can release that PC.
Well, and then even then, remember, even then, when the PC is released, due process is still a piece of all this puzzle. And this isn't over until it's over. And that's with the conviction of him.
Are you confident this is your guy?
The judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder. Yes.
Do you think there are other people involved?
I'm not going to go there.
There's still speculation out there that investigators should still continue to look, even though he's passed away, at Ron Logan, where the bodies were found.
We're going to keep doing what we've done until there's nothing left for us to do. We're going to keep doing it.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I want to see if I forgot to add the one. I think I forgot to add this one thing in here. Shoot. Oh well. Anyway, I hate when he is always like, oh, one day we'll tell the story. I can't wait to tell the story. I don't think we're ever going to hear this gosh darn story of yours because there is no freaking story. You know what I'm saying? You have nothing and you've had nothing and I just don't think they've ever had a clear story. I mean, you know, we'd always say, oh, I can't wait to tell the story. I can't wait to tell the story. Oh, one day you'll be able to hear it. I doubt it. And that's when she's like, oh, when the probable cause affidavit. Oh, well, even then, because you have no freaking story. And I don't even think even trial, we're not going to hear a good story. We're going to hear how you had freaking nothing until the last minute. I don't know. It makes me mad.
Probable cause, I suspect, is going to answer a lot of questions that I have here and that we talked about on Monday. Will it answer all of our questions? Or is there still...
Remember, this case is 2,100 days old, almost. And the facts in their totality will come out at trial. And not until then. I can appreciate the desire for our citizens to have these questions answered. And my response to that is it will come. It will come. But if any of us said something that would be detrimental to the criminal prosecution of the person or persons that killed Abby and Libby, and I was responsible, you should hold me accountable too.
On Thursday, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby asked that Allen be moved to a state prison for safekeeping. He stated that the sheriff's office cannot provide the services, attention, or supervision necessary to ensure, protect, and guarantee the safety or security of the defendant, staff, or facilities. Judge Benjamin Diener granted the request that morning as part of a highly unusual 2-page order that lashed out at attention and media coverage of the case. Diener wrote, "The public's bloodlust for information before it exists is extremely dangerous." He continues.
Wait, would you guys be mad if I rewind what I meant when I walked out? I wanted to hear, I forget what part that was. Just hold on. When he was talking. Doug, hold on 1 second.
Facts in their totality will come out at trial. And not until then. I can appreciate the desire for our citizens to have these questions answered. And my response to that is it will come. But if any of us said something that would be detrimental to the criminal prosecution of the person or persons that killed Abby and Libby, and I was responsible, you should hold me accountable too.
That's what, I'm glad I rewound that. I kept going back to that, and why am I not understanding what he's saying? Because the way he's like switches tense is like, okay, so he says, if I was responsible, I should be held accountable too. But I can't fit it into what he's trying to say. Now, obviously, I know he's not saying him, but it doesn't make sense. Listen, I rewound it and listened to the whole clip, and it just doesn't make sense. Hold on. Let me rewind it. Okay.
For a lot of questions that
till end. I can appreciate the desire for our citizens to have these questions answered. And my response to that is it will come. It will come. But if any of us said something that would be detrimental to the criminal prosecution of the person or persons that killed Abby and Libby, and I was responsible, you should hold me accountable too.
And I was responsible, you should hold me accountable too. But if any, I wish I could just rewind like 5 seconds like you can on YouTube. Hold on.
It would be detrimental to the criminal prosecution of the person or persons that killed Abby and Libby, and I was responsible, you should hold me accountable too. And my response to that is it will come. But if any of us said something that would be detrimental to the criminal prosecution of the person or persons that killed Abby and Libby, and I was responsible, you should hold me accountable too.
Really type that out, what he just said, and it makes absolutely no sense. I don't know what he's trying to say there. He's talking about how he was to mom's the word for the investigation. Then if I was responsible, you should hold me accountable. I don't know. I get where that could make sense in scenarios for him to say that, but if you go back to what he's saying, it doesn't. I don't know. I do not get it. It's probably not, nothing important probably, but.
On Thursday, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby asked that Allen be moved to a state prison for safekeeping. He stated that the sheriff's office cannot provide the services, attention, or supervision necessary to ensure, protect, and guarantee the safety or security of the defendant, staff, or facilities.
But wouldn't it be easier to protect him in jail than in prison? Or no? Help me understand that. So it's like, they make him go to a freaking prison, which is not a normal thing for somebody to go to before they've been convicted. I feel like those aren't legit reasons. That's not fair.
Benjamin Diener granted the request that morning as part of a highly unusual 2-page order that lashed out at attention and media coverage of the case. Diener wrote,
But Allen, in jail, couldn't they keep him like more private and just like have him just with somebody, you know what I'm saying, more secluded than in prison? Or it would be harder? Because couldn't they just like give him his own, not put him with everybody else in jail, but couldn't they just make him separate from everybody? And regardless, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not right. Like people were saying that's just not what you normally would do before he was convicted. I don't know. It doesn't seem right.
The public's bloodlust for information before it exists is extremely dangerous. He continues with, all public servants administering this action do not feel safe and are not protected. Diener is the judge who agreed to a prosecution request to seal the probable cause affidavit that outlines the evidence justifying Allen's arrest, including the rare move to keep the information private even after Richard Allen was in custody.
Allen was charged. The statute that he's charged under, the murder charge, also indicates that to have that charge, he has to have committed another crime like rape, child molestation, human trafficking, something along that line. Is he charged properly?
He is. And those questions will be answered in due time, and they certainly should come from the prosecutor, not from me.
Right.
But eventually, when that PC is released, it'll be clear. It'll be clear. It'll be clear. to be clear. To be clear.
Okay, at the conference in which the new sketch was released, there was a specific wording and talk that seemed aimed at someone in particular. Can you verify if it was actually meant for someone, obviously the suspect, but beyond that, like a particular person?
Those were comments made by me, and no, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm assuming they were comments made by me, if that's what you're referencing.
It was, yeah, I think it was the way you word things.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another thing, I don't know if you can talk about it now, but there's the shack was used in it. Was that on purpose?
It was.
Okay.
Have you seen the shack?
I have. I watched it twice.
You know what I mean then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think one of the big rumors going on around, I guess, is that they died in the shack, or like there has to be some other meaning other than faith to it, which is something that we're trying to kind of get rid of that rumor.
What did I miss? Shoot. Okay, so she's talking about, remember when he brings up the shack in the press conference? She's asking him right now the rumors about Abby and Libby dying in a shack. She's trying to get rid of that rumor, and he just sits there and doesn't say anything. She's like, he should be responding. She's trying to tell him, hey, there's a rumor going around. Why did you bring up the shack? Was it religious purposes, or was there a reason? Were you specifically, talking about like specifics of the case? We're trying to get rid of this rumor. Watch him. He just stares. He just doesn't say anything. It's weird. Look, doesn't answer. Here, I'll skip this part because this is for when I do my pre-records. Since I'm here, I think I replay it so you guys could hear it again. Wait. Hold on a second.
But beyond that, like a particular person.
Those were comments made by me, and no, I'm not going to talk about it.
Oh wait, I rewound it too fast. Hold on. It sucks. It's hard to get where you want with these files like this. All right,
conference in which the new sketch was released, there was a specific wording and talk that seemed aimed at someone in particular. Can you verify if it was actually meant for someone, obviously the suspect, but beyond that, like a particular person?
Those were comments made by me, and no, I'm not going to talk about it.
I missed something.
I'm assuming they were comments made by me, if that's what you're referencing.
It was, yeah, I think it was the way you word things.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Another thing, I don't know if you can talk about it now, but there's the shack was used in it. Was that on purpose?
It was.
Okay.
Have you seen the shack?
I have. I watched it twice.
You know what I mean then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think one of the big rumors going on around, I guess, is that they died in the shack, or like there has to be some other meaning other than faith to it, which is something that we're trying to kind of get rid of that rumor.
So that would be a good time for him to be like, yeah, that's not what I meant by that. It was just faith-based, or, you know what I'm saying? He could have gave like another reason. He just sits there. I don't know. Because, I mean, do any of you guys think that the shack has anything to do with what happened?
One of the big rumors going on around, I guess, is that they died in the shack, or like there has to be some other meaning other than faith to it, which is something that we're trying to kind of get rid of that rumor. And I think people don't understand that. They're always like the police right now, I think there's a really big rumor that the police are covering something up, which is not happening. And I think people could just look at the fact that the law enforcement is going with us to do all these things and realize that that's not what's happening. Like, they're putting so much effort into this. There's no way that they could be covering something up.
I've had those conversations with people before, and I'll keep those are private conversations.
I promise you on lives of two people who are most important to me in my lifetime, and that is my daughter and my wife. That's not happening. While I'm here, there will be nothing of the like.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a rumor. And that, today in today's world, it's easy to say something like that, but take a step back and think about what it would mean for that to actually occur.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not.
Yeah, and I think the reason people think it is because there's a couple cases specifically that I'm working on that I post a lot about, but there is a lot of police corruption. And I think there are in other places, but I definitely don't think there is any here. Or at least in our case, maybe there are in other places. But there is a lot of police corruption. And I think there are in other places, but I definitely don't think there is any here. Or at least in our case, maybe there are in other places.
Yeah, so he's like, look at his face. Talk about corruption. She says, well, I do think it happens, but I don't think there's any in this case. So basically she's saying maybe in the county, maybe in the area, but maybe not in this case. He's just like, yeah, and doesn't say anything else. Oh my Lord. I wonder. Yeah, he does look nervous, Patronus. Thank you. So I'm like, am I like pointing out things that are stupid? But I don't know. That's exactly what I picked up. That's why I zoomed in. He looks nervous about it. Yeah, he does. And he doesn't like clear up after she says, okay, well, we know that corruption happens. I've talked about it in her, what did she say in her class? Hold on, let me rewind it again. Sorry, guys. And she says, but, I know it happens, but, so basically saying maybe it happens here, but I don't think it happens in this case. I don't think it happened in this case. And he's like, yeah, or something. And then he just doesn't say anything.
To me. And the way she was looking
at, I think
our case, it's because there's a couple cases specifically that I'm working on that I post a lot about, but there is a lot of police corruption. And I think there are in other places, but I definitely don't think there is any here. Or at least in our case, maybe there are in other places.
At least in our case, but maybe there are.
But there is a lot of police corruption. And I think there are in other places, but I definitely don't think there is any here. Or at least in our case, maybe there are in other places.
Sweet Dudley, what do you mean, play? What are you saying? So we can clear her? So I have a couple videos I found on some stuff with her that I want to play. I'm planning on playing that after this. A couple of videos.
And we're standing there.
That make you think. But here's the thing, like, is there weird things that you hear, about what happened at, like, that's her timeline, and just weird things that, that you hear her say in interviews that are, like, kind of, like, suspicious? But then if I really think about it, it's like, do I really think that she would have taken part in her sister's death? I don't know. Like, would she be, first of all, smart enough to not be caught not to be caught at all? And like, what would be the motive? I'm not closed off to it. I mean, there's some weird things, but it's just like the fact of thinking it through, like, would that really happen? It makes me like, lean, like, I don't know. What would be the motive? I've heard a few motives, but really, would she have went that far? But we'll go through some of the weird stuff of videos that I've just found, like, recently, people sending me things, or people sending me things that lead to something else. But it's interesting to just look at, but I don't know. it's hard to think that she had something to do with it, you know? It's low, really? Dang it, I don't know. Sucks. Just I freaking get a new mic, and you're saying that it's no, I'm not blaming you. I'm saying I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? What do I do to fix this problem now? It shouldn't be low. Huh. Hold on. Let me make sure it's my audio is playing the... No, it's playing the right thing. I could turn up the mic volume. Okay, how loud does it get now? Hold on, let me... Is that really loud? All right, let me see. Hold on. You know what I think it is, guys? I think it's because the video's louder than the mic. I think that's all it is. But when I'm listening, it sounds fine. And when I turn it up, I don't even notice a difference. So I'm going to just have to automatically adjust the mic volume. I'm going to keep it the way it was. Yeah, I don't have an issue. I don't know. Mine sounds fine when I listen on my phone. But I think the video might be louder than my mic. And I think that's the problem. Like when I edit my videos, I turn up the volume all the way because I always have people that have trouble hearing them. So I'm thinking, okay, when I edit it, let me try to give raise the volume as much as I can. So when I play it, people could hear it. But now I'm running into the issue where when I talk, it's like you're gonna have to go back and forth for the volume. So I guess I'll quit editing my videos so loud. But watch, then I'm gonna have people can't hear them. I can't win. I don't know. I'll have to find a good middle, I guess. But to me, but I don't have my headphones when I was testing it. To me, the difference really, I don't hear a huge difference on my phone, but I bet you with headphones there is. Okay, so let's go back to what we were talking about. Yeah, there are some weird things with Kelsey, but do I think that means that she was a part of it? I'm not there yet. I'm not that far yet, but it is enough where it makes me want to look into it. That's all I'll say. I'm just having trouble really thinking that she would do something like that, or you know what I'm saying, what would be the point and stuff. But I don't know, it's enough to like have my my ears listening and want to look into it more. Like I said, there's 2 videos that that I wanted to play and talk about. I think they're both from the same creator, or no, they're from 2 different creators and it's about her. But I don't know if I want to get, I don't know how to go about that, because I don't want to like, point my finger at her, but I'm not like I said, right now, I'm not saying I think she has anything to do with it, but it's, to go through her interviews and listen, it's important because she was there that day, and she could help, with information of what happened, the surge, what her family was saying, what Libby was, you know what I'm saying? So it is important to listen to what she says. So, all right, let's finish this here.
And that's when somebody yelled something up to me. And the way she,
Sweet Dudley, no, you're fine. Do you know there are a lot of people that are thinking that there's something suspicious about her, and there's like, they're looking into her. So, you're open to have whatever opinions you want. I'm just saying, for me, like, I'm not like there right now, but it is enough where I'm looking into it and I want to hear more about stuff, like I want to hear more of her interviews and stuff just to see. And even if we just like learn something new about, what she saw and stuff. So They came out, gave us info, was untrue. Now people see that. That's all. Yeah. All right.
Was looking around, she saw the whole scene a lot differently than I did, but as soon as I heard the word shoe, I knew, like I knew it was them. Like there were no other bodies there. Like there was no way that it was somebody else.
I found that kind of weird. She's saying as soon as she heard the word shoe, she knew because there was no other bodies there. Like, I'm trying to like understand that thought process. First of all, there's a shoe, not bodies yet. What does a shoe have to do with, oh, that means there's bodies? You know what I'm saying? So that, I found that kind of, it could be nothing, but it's just kind of a weird thing to say. Like, oh, I was searching and as soon as I heard the word shoe, I knew because there weren't any other bodies there. Like, I know she's saying like, well, there would be only, like, what's the chances of other bodies? But right there, nobody's saying anything about bodies. It's just a shoe at that point. So it's just, I don't know. I don't know what to make out of that. It's kind of weird.
As soon as I heard the word shoe, I knew, like I knew it was them. Like there were no other bodies there. Like there was no way that it was somebody else.
Oh wait, plant. Now that you're saying that, that is familiar. Maybe I did know who did it when I was doing research for a video it was like probably like 3 or 4 years ago when I did the one with Bryant. I was trying to find out who did the sketches, and maybe what my issue was is I couldn't find a lot of Plance's work or something, because now that you say Plants, I'm like, oh my god, that sounds so familiar. So see if you could find any sketches that they did. Maybe that was it. Because like with Brian, I was able to find other sketches, so I was trying to like see how good he was and see like their past sketches. So maybe I couldn't find any sketches. I don't know. Let me know. Okay, so what are we at here?
I don't remember where I was at that point. I was like all over the place. I went to my grandpa's house, my other grandpa, and then after that, I'm like total blur until the funeral. And then after the funeral, I can talk about whatever. After the funeral, I can talk about whatever.
So that's kind of like, these are just like kind of things that just make me want to like listen again. It might not mean anything, but she's basically saying that she feels, after the funeral, I'll talk about whatever happened after the funeral, but before, I know she's stressing that it's a blur, but just, I don't know. The way that was worded is kind of weird. Like, oh, well, after the funeral, I could talk about whatever, but before, I don't want to talk about it. Or is it just because you can't remember? But then why is it that after the funeral, your memory just gets better, and then before you don't, like, it's not? Why is that the line right there? Like I said, it might not mean anything.
Mm-hmm. But before then, it's like, getting little fuzzy stuff.
Yeah.
He is so nervous, Carter. Like, what is going on with him? But I think that's just his normal behavior. That's why I was like, I would love to see what he's like in a casual setting with his family or something. Is those his movements, like, all the time? Or is it because when he's, like, public, he just has he's just awkward, maybe? So I really would like to figure this out. Matt, have you ever met him in person? Because I know you were in town. But see, even then, he could be kind of weird because you're meeting somebody from the public, so he might still act that way like that, and then behind closed doors maybe he's normal. I don't know. I can't even picture what his normal is.
As an investigator, how encouraged were you that the video was a video and audio that you had found of a potential suspect?
Important enough that one day I'm going to tell her thank you.
Me too. I was pretty proud of her.
Very proud.
So I saw that. And so at Delphi, the students and like the teachers weren't allowed to say anything about it because they didn't know how it would affect the kids there. So I was in a Spanish class and I just went back when that was released. And my Spanish teacher looked at me that day and she knew that there was a press release. And she's like, Kelsey, why aren't you there? And I said, well, my grandparents are there, so that's okay. And I didn't want to be.
And that's another thing, but this could be like totally normal, but the fact that like the first press conference, she didn't want to I think she said the first press conference, that she didn't want to be there. So she's like, oh, my grandparents are there. That's fine. I don't need to be there. But I do understand if she just wanted to get away. Like she said, I just wanted to get away. So that makes sense. I mean, you might be hard to deal with, and you just want to go to school and be normal and not be there. But yeah, she says she just, it was okay because her grandparents were there at the press conference, so she didn't need to be there, I guess.
Part of it at the time, I just needed to get away.
So,
and I was going to watch it on my phone because I could sit in the back and just be quiet. And she says, well, do you want us to play it in the class? And I'm like, you're not supposed to do that. But she shut the door and she locked it so nobody could come in, and she played it. And so like our whole class was sitting there together watching it happen. I remember everybody just going completely silent and just looking around at each other. And that was a really...
Was that when we were at the church? The press conference at the church?
I think that you were at the church.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, yeah, I think that's in one of the videos that I'm going to play. They talk about the shoe, and she's like doing an interview, and she's talking about how the shoe was found like a few yards from her when they yelled, like it was only like a few yards from where they were. But then when they ask, okay, where was the shoe? And she's like, well, I don't know where it was. And it was just weird. I was like, wait, you just said that you were yards away, and then you said you don't have any idea. You'll see what I'm talking about when we watch the videos. Like, and there's a couple of those where it's like, wait, what? It doesn't make sense. But like I said, it could be other reasons why. So I don't know. I don't know what to make out of it. I just started really looking into her like that, like this past week after seeing a couple of these videos. I'm like, because I've been hearing, people saying it, but I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I'll get there when I get there. And then last week I got there. So I don't know. What do you guys all think about her? Do you think there's any possibility that she could... Well, at the very least, maybe know something more about what happened?
Yes, it was very...
Remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah, me too. And that's kind of how I remember. I was with my people that were really close with me, and we were all sitting there together, and it was just... Even the people...
That's kind of a neat moment for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, like even the people that didn't know her were sitting there in tears because it touched them so much. So that was just a really amazing place to be in that moment.
Oh, that's terrific. Neat story.
Yeah. I think that's the true. First main person that we looked at, and we were like really hopeful about this person, and we were like, oh man, it could be him. And I think after that person, after we heard that it wasn't him, and like he was ruled out to us, maybe, but maybe not. Not officially. You guys didn't tell us he was ruled out, but like to us he was, because we didn't hear about him again. So we got that, and we were kind of let down. We got less hopeful. Early on, police mentioned that there was some DNA evidence found and that it was going to be fast-tracked through the lab, but then noting else that there was never anything found. Can you state why no follow-up was given on that?
I can't talk about the events associated with this.
Oh, wait, I wanted to comment. I think, I missed the one thing she was saying I wanted to comment on when she's talking about, I just lost it. Hold on. The one before this. Hold on, let me rewind it. I hate how hard it is to get to the spot you need with this. Let me see. Hold on, let me see if this
He was ruled out to us, maybe, but maybe not.
Yeah, they don't freaking tell the family crap. She's saying, like, the guy she's talking about, was ruled out to us, we think, but they were never told. So it's like I don't understand why they're so freaking private about some of this stuff. I think they just overdid it. I'm sorry. They overdid how much that they couldn't tell the family or tell the public. It makes me mad.
Not officially. You guys didn't tell us he was ruled out, but like...
Yeah. Doesn't even communicate about that. But I guess, I mean, it could be because, like, he said, and he's always said, like, oh, nobody's clear, nobody's ruled out, I guess, maybe, but anyway.
To us, he was, because we didn't hear about him again.
Hey, Kurt!
So,
how are you?
We got that, and we were kind of let down, we got less hopeful. Early on...
Look at, okay, so I wanted to point this out. he's got this huge smile, and then as she's starting to ask this question, he doesn't like it very much, and it starts to turn starts to turn to a frown, because of course she's asking something specific that's not even that big of a deal. Like other cases would have already told us things like this, right? About the DNA. I think this is the question she's going with now. And they can't tell us anything. Not even like general things that we should freaking know. I'm sorry.
Police mentioned that there was some DNA evidence found.
Look, he's giving her that look like, how dare you? Don't talk about the DNA. You see that? Like a look like your father or your teacher gives you, like, not like that he's not very happy.
And that it was going to be fast-tracked through the lab, but then noting else that there was never anything found. Can you state why no follow-up was given on that?
I can't talk about the events associated with this.
I think it's coming really soon, right?
I do too.
Yeah.
I do any day.
Yeah, I pray every day.
So
I'll sit in bed and like, Doug's gonna call me today. They're gonna call me.
Oh, you have no idea how much I'd love to be able to do that for you.
Oh yeah, I sit there and wait. I watch my phone. And I think when I got there on the 13th, when my family first got there, and we're like, oh no, something's wrong. They aren't answering the phone. Me and my uncle actually crossed the bridge and we were yelling for them down there. And I remember getting to the end of the bridge and looking to the left and seeing like somebody had fallen down the hill over there. And I didn't think anything of it. Like everybody goes down the hill. But now, like after taking my forensic classes, I'm like, I should have taken a picture of it. I should have like.
Did you see the disrupted ground? Is that why you thought somebody slipped down there?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'm like.
Well, law enforcement should have freaking took a picture of it. I hope they got pictures of it. That shouldn't be her job. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they should have it. I wonder if they have a picture of that. You know what I'm saying? If somebody did slide down, there's people thinking that maybe that's how she lost her shoe. Like, did she slide down the hill a little bit, fall? I mean, who knows? Yeah, right, sweet Dudley. I know, right? Right. Wait, Matt, what's absurd? And when are you going to come on alive? Hey, Thomas, there, you came. So it let you on. What was the issue? And Tammy, are you still there? What was your issue? Remember, you couldn't talk either, and then all of a sudden it worked? Because you guys weren't blocked. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but I'm glad you're here. But Matt, we need to schedule something to come on. You need to come on. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. I want to talk to you about stuff though, because you've been following this really strongly for years. All right, let me continue this.
There could have been like a footprint or something that would have been helpful now, but I wasn't thinking the worst.
No, that's okay.
So like sometimes that like gets me like maybe there was something there.
Somebody knows something, Kelsey. I mean, somebody's gonna wake up one day and say, I can't live with this anymore. Yeah. And that might be tomorrow.
Absolutely, it's coming.
How's it going? My name's Pat McAfee, retired punter for the Indianapolis Colts, Hoosier for life. And this is Superintendent of the State Police, Doug Carter. Doug, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
If you've paid attention to anything happening in the Hoosier State...
Why does he make me laugh the way he just like standing? Like he's so aware of all his act. I feel so bad that I'm sitting here like making fun of him. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure him out. Like I said, I used to love him. I used to think he was like, oh, he's so passionate. He really cares about the case, even though he was always awkward to me. But I never looked at it as a bad thing until like recently. I'm starting to wonder if there is something nefarious about it. You know what I'm saying? Something that's not as innocent as we think. But I should stop making fun of him. Oh, shoot. Gosh darn it. Hold on. Where are we at? There we go. There we go. Sorry.
Doug, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
If you've paid attention to anything happening in the Hoosier State in the last couple of weeks, you understand the horrendous things that happened in Delphi, Indiana to Abby and Libby. For those that don't know, what happened, Doug?
They were brutally murdered 2 weeks ago yesterday. We need your help.
How many people have called in to help?
Over 9,000.
How many different police departments are helping?
25.
And now we are calling on you. This could be a nationwide search. We are at $103,000 for the cash reward for any tip finding to an arrest. Jim Irsay and I are going to make up that $97,000 to make this a $200,000 reward. If you can recognize this audio clip or this photo, please call this tip line right here below. Please share this as much as possible. From Doug and myself, we thank you. Hoosiers for life.
I missed that, Matt. You said that's not entirely true. The family knows most of what occurred. This is the reason for the silence. Most of the town is quiet. But why, when you listen to Kelsey, though, it almost sounds like she doesn't know a lot, and she's trying to like get answers. Wait, but what are you saying? This is absurd. Now I'm wondering, are you talking about me? This is absurd. What I'm doing is absurd? Or what? Now I'm all paranoid. I'm thinking, wait. This is a reason for silence. Most of the town is quiet. The family knows most of it. Huh. Well, I don't know. Hopefully not. Oh, Carter, I was gonna say, wait a minute. I'm like all paranoid. Kelsey may not know what Becky knows, and Carter's absurd. Wait, Kelsey may not know. Oh, so you're saying maybe so you do think that Becky and how much do you think that they know? Like, do you think they heard the whole video that Libby has and stuff like that, and that they know like do you think that they knew about the runes and stuff? And is that why Becky may have brought that up? I don't know. I'd be interested to know for sure how much they know. Do you know that for sure? Capricorns. Okay, good. I'm like, I feel like because of how everything's been going, like my confidence is like, so I'm like always like wondering, always on the defense, not defense, but like just paranoid, I guess. It's like, no, Matt, I love you too. I hope you don't think I'm absurd, but I want you to come on soon if you want. We have to reschedule. Okay. This is almost over, this one, and then we'll watch those 2 Kelsey videos.
You said something during the briefing that struck me, that you feel like the investigators may have talked to him. Do you think that at some point or since then that one of your guys has gotten in front of this person and asked him questions? And if so, then how?
The reason I included this is so weird. Like I said, we don't know if Richard is the right guy, but let's just hypothetically for this conversation, let's just say they have the right guy. How weird is this? Because this is May 16th, 2019. So what they
at that point, did it not lead to an arrest, and how could it moving forward?
Well, I think it's likely. I think it's likely. There's a lot of opinions out there. There's a lot of subjective opinions. There's a lot of analysis being done, which we're trying to encourage folks to not do those kinds of side-by-side analysis. But I really believe that over time we're going to have an idea that we were onto something early on.
What Carter couldn't say is who he is. Do you know the suspect?
I wouldn't go that far.
I don't get that.
Or a definitive timeline for his arrest.
What is a realistic timeline?
I don't know.
The latest
says, I wouldn't go that far. Do you know the suspect? I wouldn't go that far. Now remember, February 10th, 2022. I don't know if you remember that article. I actually have a link. We'll look at it in a minute. Where they say that in February in 2022 that they knew who it was, but they just didn't have enough to make the arrest yet. So this would be the month that they supposedly already were like knew that it was Alan, or at least think that they knew that it was Alan, because I mean, we don't know for sure, but so I don't know. Let me listen to what he says again. It's weird.
Timeline for his arrest.
What is a realistic timeline?
I don't know.
Like wouldn't go that far that you know him?
Believe that
say is who he is.
Do you know the suspect?
I wouldn't go that far.
Or a
Is she asking like, do they just know who that is? I wouldn't go that far. Well, I don't know.
definitive timeline for his arrest.
What is a realistic timeline?
I don't know.
The latest development came late last year when state police asked for information from anyone who had contact with the social media profile Anthony_Shots, saying it was connected to the case.
I'm not going to talk about where we are because of that, but I can tell you we gleaned a tremendous amount of very positive information, and we're continuing to run those tips down.
Do we think this person is local?
What can you tell me about this man who has been arrested, the creator of this profile, Keegan Klein?
All I can say about Keegan is that entire issue and the entire release has allowed us to glean significant investigative leads. That's all I can say about him.
I'm muted. Wait, can you hear me? Now I'm echoing. Dang, how long have I been muted, guys? I don't remember what I was saying. Anyway, so this video here is from Anti-Oblivious. So I'm just going to be reading it because I don't think, hold on, I think it's just music.
People keep a move.
Oh,
I was about to
oh,
pass
no,
out.
okay.
And for me that day, and my boyfriend at the time's house. And so I did.
Okay. So at 4:11 is when the music stops, but I want to see if we need to do any of this. Hold on. I don't think we need to. Social media. No, okay. So I think it's just right after that is what I wanted to show you. Kelsey, here I come. Okay, so 4:11. I don't remember how long I was muted, so sorry guys. I don't remember what I was saying. It was probably just stupid stuff. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
I planned on sleeping in and then getting up and going to hang out at my boyfriend at the time's house. And so I did sleep in. I woke up pretty late for me that day, and I was in the bathroom getting ready. Libby and Abby had been around the house. I'm pretty sure they stayed up all night laughing. I remember it was like midnight the night before, and they were still up, and I was about to pass out. And they had been outside working on Libby's desk. They were like painting it and trying to make it this new musically thing. They wanted it to look like black with like music notes on it. So they were working on that. And I was upstairs in the bathroom getting ready. That day I was supposed to work at 4:30. So when I got the call, I just called them and told them I couldn't come in.
Okay. And so my next question is, you're out doing some stuff with your boyfriend, you're expecting to go to work. When and how did you find out that the girls were missing?
So we had finished cleaning out Chase's truck and we had went to lunch. And we had just gotten back to Chase's house when I had put my phone on the charger and Chase was getting ready to leave. He worked at 4:00, so he was leaving a little bit before me. So my phone stayed on the charger until after I was done showering and getting ready.
I should be reading this, huh? You clean out your out a truck and took a shower. Right after, you dropped the girls off. So, I mean, it is kind of weird because she got ready at home, took the girls, and then she goes over there and then takes a shower again. I don't know if she didn't specify if she took a shower though at her house. She just said she got up and got ready, right? But then she went over there, takes a shower, and clean out the car. It could be nothing, maybe she waited to go over there to take a shower. But it is kind of weird in the middle of the afternoon. Is that a normal thing at somebody that age? Maybe. Okay, so let's watch the next one now. The next one's a little bit longer and more in depth. Oh wait, is there more? Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on. There is more. Sorry. I just have to. That music. You had another. Wait. Shoot, sorry. There is a lot more. All right. So drop the girls off right after. All right. So the music. Should stop right. Okay. Right here should be good, right? All right. Let's move along, shall we? Once again, I'll just read it. We've all heard that story. Kelsey gets a phone call. Twice, don't forget.
Usually, if my phone rings,
oh, sorry,
2 times in a row, it's usually my family. So I went over to my phone and I picked it up and called my grandma back. And that was around 4:12. And my grandma had said she hadn't heard from the girls and she was wondering if Libby had sent me a text or a Snapchat or anything to let me know that something was wrong. Like they just needed to figure out where Libby was. And then at that point, that's when we were starting to get a little worried. It'd been a couple hours and nobody had heard from them. So we went to the bridge and started searching.
I know it would have been the first place I would have looked, social media, but you didn't check that, did you? Instead, you immediately called off work and went straight to the bridge.
Snapchat image that you knew that they were on the bridge at that point. Were you already aware of the Snapchat photograph?
I don't remember. The first time I remember hearing about, I think I remember seeing it because I remember Grandma asking if I had talked to Libby, and I said, well, I remembered seeing a picture on Libby's story. So I do think I remember seeing that, but I don't think that we were going off of it. I would have guessed that they would have crossed it anyway. So, yeah, I don't know that we were using it as saying that they were definitely across the bridge, but we knew that they would have crossed it, so that's why we went and checked.
Hold on. Yeah, Peyton, we already talked about that being low. I think it just depends on who. Some people are saying it's okay. I think it's because I edited the video so loud, so let's just, we all know now we won't keep bringing it up just because then you put it in people's head and then people start to hear something more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm aware of it, but I just want to see, because why is it not sounding that different to me? Hold on. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference to me, but there could be a little bit because the video is so high, but I don't think it's an issue, right, guys? Yeah, okay. So what do you guys think so far of this video? Interesting or no? I think it's interesting, some of the stuff they point out. Okay. Shoot, I'm waiting until the music's over. I forgot. I accidentally pressed play. Try to guess when it stops. Right when the wording comes on, maybe. All right, right about now. Okay, and then there's the search. Shall we?
The phone call. We were going to go to the trails and look and see if we could find the girls ourselves. Like, our main thought was they must have fallen, dropped a phone. Maybe they got lost in the woods. They wandered off a little too far and couldn't find their way back. So at that time, me and my uncle crossed the bridge. We got down to the private drive and we were walking around, yelling their names, trying to find out where they might be, hoping that if they had gotten hurt, they would just yell back and say, hey, we're over here. Can you help us? At that point, we hadn't heard anything. So we headed back. We decided that it was time that we got a hold of the police. It was starting to get dark. We knew that they needed help. So I think what we were most worried about was that one of them had fallen off the bridge, or one of them, they had crossed the bridge. We knew that from the Snapchat of Abby, and had fallen on the other side. And Libby's phone had fallen somewhere and just she couldn't get to it. So we felt like she was there somewhere that close and we needed to find them because they were hurt. Our worst fears weren't there yet. We weren't thinking
they're gone. We weren't thinking that they'd ran away. We were just thinking that they were there and we were in the area to find them. So we kind of just searched where we thought they could be. We went across the bridge, searched like the private drive over there. And
oh, Patty, I didn't do this. This is by a channel, so I don't, no credit here. This channel is our Anti-Oblivious. So are the ones that edited this one. That first one that were with the clips I did, but this one, yeah, it wasn't me. Okay, sorry.
In the woods on that side.
But thanks.
And then when we were over there and couldn't find anything, we knew it was time to get a hold of the police.
So you mentioned the possibility of them falling off and getting injured. How far of a fall would that be?
The bridge is 60 feet tall.
Oh,
so
okay.
Falling off that would be well, you wouldn't survive it. Our biggest fear really was that like these train tracks have holes in them that are the size of a human. Like I could fall through the hole. So that was one of our biggest fears going into it, was that somebody had fallen through.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being your first thought. Yeah, 60 feet. I guess I was under the impression it wasn't as far.
Yeah, you went on the other side and you just kind of looked around. Was it like towards Kay Weber's property or Kay?
Yeah, we actually went the opposite direction of her house. So we crossed the bridge and went to the right instead of the left.
I see. So a little bit on like the private drive type thing, maybe.
Yeah.
So did you go down onto the private drive, or did you go off into the woods over the back of the bridge?
You go down the hill of the bridge, and then we were on the private drive, and we went towards like the way that would go back to
like
the end of the driveway, I guess.
Yeah, like
not towards the house, but the opposite direction.
Yeah, like Anna lived further way down there, but
yeah, we were going towards Anna's house, basically.
Right.
Is the direction we were going.
Okay, and you were just kind of looking around on the roads to see if maybe they were walking around over there or something like that.
Yeah.
But wait, did I miss it? Did she say she didn't look under the bridge? That she was avoiding it? I don't know. I didn't get that from that, but maybe I missed some of it because I was reading chat. I'm not sure if there's any more. For the rest is just music, but I have one more video that's really interesting from that true crime design. I know you guys have seen some of her videos because she has a lot of good videos on this case. So this might be the end of this one. Oh wait, more.
No, the people around you.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, who's around? Unfortunately, you have to watch your back all the time. You never know who's around you. You really don't know the people around you.
And you want to know what we know. And one day, you will.
I don't know. I think that's pretty much all. Okay, so let's watch the other one now. Oh, and that article, Alan, you said I was muted for that article. So it was just that article that was back in May. Wait, when was it again? Wait, where is it? Did I already exit out of it? It was back in May 2022. where they actually said, which I didn't read it back at when it was written. I wish I would have, because this would have been before they made an arrest. And it says Indiana State Police said in February they know who killed the girls, but say they have insufficient evidence to make an arrest. So they're basically saying that they know. So it would have been February 2022, right? All right, so let's go to the other video real quick. Like I said, the other one is the true crime design. I don't remember how much of this is music or... Dang it, I wish I knew. Let's see. I'll wait to...
All over the area, and while we were walking, we heard somebody ask what type of shoes the girl in. While we were walking, see, is there something that could have happened that I don't want to find down here?
Okay, we'll just start from the beginning because
what are we gonna find down here? What are we gonna see? Is there something that could have happened that I don't want to see? We were looking all over the area, and while we were walking, we heard somebody ask what type of shoes the girls were wearing. And I asked them what it was, and they told me it was the black Nike. And they said, yeah, those were Libby's shoes. And we were looking underneath the bridge. And as soon as we'd gotten back to the private drive, somebody yelled up the hill that they'd found a shoe. And knowing that I dropped the girls off and I remembered what they were wearing, I knew exactly what shoes my sister and Abby were both wearing. As soon as they yelled up what type of shoe it was, I knew exactly whose it was. It wasn't long after they told us that they'd found the shoe that a searcher found the bodies of the girl.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna go get a dot. My mom got me those dots. Oh, I showed you some dots. I want to go get a couple more. Oh, hey, Mama Mia. Hey, A-Rock. All right, I'll be right back. But I'm gonna wait to press play because I wanna watch this and if there's something I want to discuss. But hold on, I'm just gonna run down and get my dots. I didn't want to bring the whole box up because I don't want to eat them all, so I'm just like taking a couple up at a time. So at least I'm getting exercise going up. Okay. They're so good. I love dots. They made them better where they used to stick to your teeth really bad, but I think it came up with like a better recipe or whatever. Like it was last year or the year before or whatever. And now they don't stick to your teeth as bad. Okay. I wish I knew when there was going to be talking. Music will copyright the whole freaking like hours videos just for like a couple seconds. So bodies found, vehicle.
Once we got across it, we kind of looked underneath the bridge.
So did you, when you went across, Did you go down the, not to say down the hill, but did you go down the first hill to get to the private drive?
Yeah, we did. We went down to the private drive.
And then did you make it down to the next level, all the way down to the underneath the bridge? You know, there's another hill.
We were way under the bridge. Like, we were looking at all of this area. If I would have walked probably 5 feet from where we were, I would have been maybe 5 yards from where her shoe was.
Okay, is this about where her shoe was found right there? That's just where I put a pin. Like this?
I honestly, I have no idea where the shoe was. I was way up here, up the hill on the private drive.
Oh, you're right in this area. Right.
Yeah, she just said if she would have walked 5 feet, she would have been 5 yards from the shoe. It's just weird. It could just be an innocent thing. You know what I'm saying? It probably is, most likely, but it just makes you want to look into it more.
Right with this
yeah, I was up here a little closer to the bridge when they yelled it up.
Okay.
But you couldn't see down the hill to where the guy was that found the shoe. So I don't know where the shoe was. I just know they yelled about it and asked me what shoes they were wearing.
Did it seem like they were kind of over in this area though when they were?
They were down here enough that I could hear them yell up the hill. So,
okay, but it was on this side of the creek though, right?
Yeah, this side, but I don't know where they were.
Okay.
Or where the shoe was.
I just put it there because that's the side that, it could have been over here. Wherever they went down and on that path is probably where it was.
Yeah,
okay.
But I was probably right where that kind of bend is, like over. Yeah, I was probably right there.
I keep muting it because I don't like. Okay, so after crossing the bridge and searching the area underneath, Kelsey places herself on the south side of the creek on the private. Oh, I missed it. Hold on. On the private drive when the bodies were found. She says somebody yelled up that they had found a shoe. Kelsey immediately knew that it was Libby's black Nike shoe because she dropped the girls off, so she knew exactly what shoes they were both wearing. Oh, shoot, let me pause it. She does not specify who found the shoe, and she does not know exactly where it was found. She does give this approximation on where the shoe was found.
Walked probably 5 feet from where we were, I would have been maybe 5 yards from where her shoe was.
Okay, is this about where her shoe was found then, right there? That's just where I put a pin. Like
I honestly, I have no idea where the shoe was. I was way up here, up the hill on the private drive.
Oh, you're right in this area, right where this.
Yeah, I was up here a little closer to the bridge when they yelled it up.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't understand why she even said that first thing about the 5 yards, 5 feet, because you know what I'm saying? If she didn't know where it was, it's just, but sometimes weird things, are said or happen and it doesn't mean something. It's just some innocent thing that was because it's not mouse, but who knows? So it says it also appeared the bodies were moved and staged. Logan warrant page 3. I thought that was a new thing. Anyway, see if I could figure out if there's any other talking. 5 feet to millennial is actually 50 feet. Dudley, you cracked me up.
Suspicious death type of
No,
investigation.
any one of those will always be.
Case, or was it a sound? Did the case immediately switch from missing person to double murder case, or was it a suspicious death type of investigation?
No, any one of those will always be the worst case scenario, and then we work it backwards. So that was a double homicide.
How quickly was the scene secured and an investigation of 2 deaths started?
Almost instantaneously, as I understand it.
No, Sean, it's not about. Here's the thing, though. I wasn't pointing that out, or that video wasn't pointing that out because of that it was off feet wise. We were pointing it out because originally she said, "Oh, it doesn't matter what kind of description. It doesn't matter if she said, 10 yards, 20 feet, whatever she said. She said it insinuating that she knew where the shoe was. And then when he asked, okay, point it out. Oh, I have no idea where it was at. So the whole point of why the video pointed out, and I'm pointing it out, I think it's interesting, is because did she or didn't she know? You know what I'm saying? So why did she even say that she, describing where it was, acting like she knew where it was, but then when he asked her, I don't know where it was. Like she had no clue where it was. You know what I'm saying? So why wouldn't she just said the first time, they yelled about the shoe, but I don't know where it was. But she said, if I was 5 feet closer, I would have been 5 yards away from the shoe. And then so he's like, can you show me where it was at? I have no idea where the shoe was. So how could you even try to act, you know what I'm saying, to give a description? It doesn't matter if she was off with the description. It's the fact that she even said it like she knew. Like she had any idea, and then later said she didn't. That's the weird thing. But like I said, it might not even mean anything. It might just be like, it might not need anything as far as like being suspicious that she has something to do with it. Because I don't think she does, to be honest. But I'm still interested in I'm still going to watch videos. I'm just watching her interviews because like I said, you could still learn other things about it regardless if you think she has anything to do with it or not. But anyway, okay.
I got up there about 2 hours or so after the girls were found, and at that time it was completely sealed.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember where I was at that point. I was like all over the place. I went to my grandpa's house, my other grandpa, and then after that, I'm like total blur until the funeral. And after the funeral, I can talk about whatever. Mm-hmm. But before then, it's like everything's a little fuzzy. So.
Yeah.
You were down here, and then you went back up to the private drive. And then somebody says, "Hey, we found a shoe." And then what did you do at that point?
So then I was with a lady that actually worked at this school. So I knew her pretty well. And when they yelled up that, not long after is when they said that they found the girls, I tried to run forward, and the lady that was with me actually held me back. She was like, "We don't know who it is yet. We don't know what they found. Let's just wait here." And so I did. And then I looked over and I saw that my Grandpa Brad was actually right in front of me. Not the grandpa that you guys all know probably, but my other grandpa was over there. And my first reaction was to run to him and make sure that he was okay because he has heart problems. So we ended up getting on his four-wheeler and we rode down the private drive back to his house because he doesn't live too far away from there.
So you went on this private drive this way?
Yeah, we went past Abby's house. He lives over there.
Okay, somewhere down there. Okay. I don't need to go to his house or anything, but
no, but he lives down there, but not next to Abby, but down a little ways. Probably, not too far. So I went to his house, and I actually called my boyfriend's dad because he was an EMT. I'm like, I don't know if my grandpa is going to pass out right now. But if he does, I don't know what to do. So can you please come over here? And I let him know what was happening. And at that point, I don't think that my family had been completely notified yet. So I called my dad and I said, "Hey, I'm at Grandpa Brad's house. Will you come over here?" And he came over. We all met there. And then we all calm a guy. Ended up going to the command station is what it ended up being. But we went to City Hall where we ended up meeting all together as a family, and we were officially notified that they were identified as Abby and Libby.
They didn't tell the public, I think, till the next day, though.
Yeah, but they let us know. We knew.
Yeah. Things were we looking for while we were out there?
Anything unusual at the time?
I have one big issue. When I was out there, I was looking for my sister. So then when when they're questioning me, they're like, "Did you see anybody around you that you were suspicious about?" I'm like, "No, no, I was looking for my sister, like on the ground somewhere.
Right.
So like now when I think back and they're like, who was with you at the time? I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah, and that's
I don't remember.
something. Yeah, and that's a good answer.
Yeah, I have no idea. If something hits me and I'm like, oh, that guy that I saw, I'm like, I'll say something. I'll tell you guys. But I'm like, right now.
And then, you know, that could happen eventually.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Me and my uncle actually crossed the bridge. We were yelling for them down there. And I remember getting to the end of the bridge and looking to the left and seeing like somebody had fallen down the hill over there. And I didn't think anything of it. Like everybody goes down the hill. But now, like after taking my forensic classes, I'm like, I should have taken a picture of it. I should have like.
Did you see the disrupted ground? Is that why you thought somebody slipped down there?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I thought.
Disrupted ground. Is that why you thought somebody slipped down there?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and I'm like, there could have been like a footprint or something that would have been helpful now, but I wasn't thinking the worst.
No, that's okay.
So like sometimes that like gets me like maybe there was something there.
Somebody knows something, Kelsey. I mean, somebody's gonna wake up one day and say, I can't live with this anymore.
Yeah.
And that might be tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Okay, so. Do you guys think, oh, it's about to end. Okay, do you guys think this stuff's interesting or no? Do you think it's a waste of time to go through this stuff, like the old interviews and stuff? I don't know. I always like doing that. So the last like a couple weeks ago when I was doing like my lives in probably the last like 3 or 4 lives, I had these links, just like different articles or whatever I wanted to read, and I forgot about it. So I might go through those now, whatever links I saved. So let's see what I got. Oh, we could go through the documentary clips too. Or what, like, you guys all read the transcript, right, from October, was it the 19th, right? Everybody's all caught up with that. The private meeting transcripts, everybody saw that? All right, so let me bring up. Okay, so I did that. We did Kelsey. We did this. All right, let's see here. Got the fire. Pro boards. Hold on 1 second. Oh, Gall being hospitalized. All this stuff has happened, like different little updates since I haven't been live. So she was hospitalized. Westerman's arrest, the transcripts. I missed all of that as far as like talking to you since it all happened. Let me do, what's this? Let's see what this is real quick. Oh yeah, somebody sent me this. Hold on 1 second. Which I don't know what you guys make out of this, but somebody had emailed me this. How do I zoom in? I don't think I've ever been on this thing. Hold on a second. Let me see if I could zoom in so we could read this better. It says, Mark Joseph Sandifer, a Flora arrested for CM of a 13-year-old. I'm surprised that this arrest is not getting media attention with a possible connection to the Delphi murders. Here's what is known. He's 36 years old, fits the description of BG. Strong family ties to Delphi, related to Marvin Sandifer, next door neighbor of property owner where Abby and Libby were found. He owns Pizza King in Flora, personally knew the victims of the Flora murders and frequently invited the girls to visit as his taste testers, lived across the street from his store. Many of his relatives are Facebook friends with Libby and Abby. Many of it, okay. And then I actually, oh, there's a link here. I thought I just typed in his name, but maybe I just clicked this in because I remember seeing a picture of him. Yeah. So I don't know. Somebody sent me that. I don't know if there's any connection or whatever, but just like different things people send me, I just put in this little my email file that I wanted to share. Carroll County's first deputy, Major Michael Thomas, filed a probable cause affidavit in Carroll Circuit Court, alleging Flora Pizza King owner Mark J. Joe Sandifer, 36, had inappropriate contact with a 13-year-old. Yeah. Oh, it might not be anything. I mean, I don't think he really looks like. Well, who freaking knows? Rich guy. I feel like make him look like anybody almost in a way. All right. What else do I have in this file? Hold on. So we did that. You guys, I mean, you guys knew though. Did it ever come out what it was that Gall was in the hospital for? By any chance? I don't know, because last time when it first came out is the last time I looked at it. I don't know if it ever specified what it was. It just says, does anybody know? Just some like let me make it bigger. So say, God, I hate all these freaking pop-ups. No, okay. Fran Gall, the Allen County judge specially assigned to oversee the murder. Okay. She's been working from home recently following a hospital stay where she received treatment for an urgent medical condition. So, doesn't sound like it's too serious. I mean, maybe, but I mean, she's still working and stuff. Okay, so, oh wait, I have this one thing labeled as interesting article. Let me see what it is. Gonna be over here. So interesting Daily Mail article. Let's see. Oh, and I also found this really good like timeline. It only goes like so far, but it's really cool. Here, I'll share that too. Let me do this article first, and then I'll show you. Somebody, one of the news people put it together. It's really good. I wish they would have finished it. They stopped after a certain point. But it's helpful. I wish, like I said, I wish they would have finished it because it stops really early on, but still. Okay. So this is what, this was from a while ago. I put this in my like links where I wanted to like maybe go over it with you. So this was probably like a month or so ago. Interesting. I forgot about it. So have you guys seen this article? Oh my God, these pop-ups are so freaking annoying. Okay, exclusive murder Delphi teams were intended victims of botched child CS kidnap plot, cops believe, as investigators dig up dead cat to match hairs found on girls to alleged killer's pet. Let's see what this says. A botched kidnapping plot hatched by members of a local P ring. This is just one of the hosts to discern new details and allegations that can be exclusively revealed by Daily Mail. So this was from December 2022, this article. Details and allegations that can be exclusively revealed by Daily Mail, including gruesome details about how the girls died, and that police dug up the prime suspect's dead cat in an effort to match hairs found on their bodies. The revelations come just 2 weeks after the authorities released a redacted version of the probable cause affidavit that led to Richard's arrest. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, it says Daily Mail has learned that shortly after his arrest, one of the Allen's neighbors recalled seeing a police digging in his yard. Now DailyMail.com has been told they were digging up the family's dead cat, whose hair proved a match for the samples found on one of the victims. Carroll County Prosecutor McClellan has openly stated he believes Allen is not the only actor involved. Allen has not been charged with kidnapping. While Allen has not been charged with kidnapping, prosecutors have alleged he attempted it. Now, sources close to the investigation have claimed that Allen was acting with at least 2 other men and was involved in a child S ring. 2 other men. So wait. That goes along with what Elvis said. Wait, Elvis said him and 2 other guys, right? Wonder if they'll ever be able to find a connection between any of them. That'd be interesting. Last month, Daily Mail revealed Keegan Klein of Peru is currently awaiting trial. All right, we know that. Sources told Daily Mail the girls met Keegan online and he arranged to meet them that day, but didn't go. Instead, he set them up to be kidnapped for a P ring. Yeah. So do you guys think I should do a poll of, do you think that Keegan, there's some kind of link with Keegan in what happened? It says the source claims that Klein, from whose devices police retrieved a slew of CP, knows Allen, and that the men met when both lived in Peru, roughly 40 miles northwest of Delphi. The source also claims that both men knew Ron Logan, whom police first pegged as a suspect in the killings after the girls' bodies were found on his property, some 1,400 feet from his home. FBI search warrant served on Logan's home, date of March 17th, 2017. We know that he asked his relative to provide a false alibi. All that stuff. Okay. Okay, so says the speaking well ahead of the probable cause affidavit, the source revealed that the girls were killed near the river. Information since confirmed, but then moved and posed naked under a tree. FBI served search warrants on Logan's home. Also included law enforcement's belief that the killer may have taken souvenirs. Okay. On the trail. Okay. All right. So let me see what else. Forget what else I have in here. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I have these. That's right. So let's do... group. Oh, the timeline. That's what I was going to do. That timeline I was going to show you. That's pretty good. 1 second. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. So it's pretty cool, but it ends like right here on February 4th, and then today is the day where they released the new audio. But it's pretty interesting. I mean, it's pretty good. They have can you guys see that all right? Let me make it bigger. How's chat doing? Wait, what? Okay, explain. What What are you talking about? Send it to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Play Kelsey's creepy restaurant booth laugh? Can you send me a clip? I don't know where that's at. Wait, why, Sean? What did you say? You get silly? Don't worry, I'm silly too. But I don't know why. What did you say that was silly? Yeah, Wolfpack. I don't know. I feel like, hey, Kayla. I still do feel like there's a chance that Richard Allen is involved. I haven't like totally outruled that. Just in my opinion. I know some people are like dead set that he's innocent. I still think there's a chance he could be involved. I have a reason. I have doubt. That's why I'm not like, oh, for sure. That's why I want to look into other things. And I do think if he's involved, there's like a huge chance that there's somebody else that helped him too. But I also think it's a possibility that he's not. But I go back and forth with that, because I do think he looks like Bridge Guy. Like, I think he is. If I had to like make a bet, like I can't say 100%, but if I had to say yes or no, he's the guy walking on the bridge right now, I would say, yeah, he does look, I know it's hard to like say for sure, but he does look like the guy on the bridge. But I don't know if it's just because it's in my head and it like, because it was put in my head that looks like him, but I do, now that I look at that video, I could see him in there. But like I said, I'm not convinced that the guy in that video is the guy that did it. You know what I'm saying? So even if he is that guy, I'm not convinced that he's the guy, But like I said, I'm not 100% that he's the guy on the bridge, but if I had to pick, I'm leaning more towards he is the guy in the video. Because I do think he does resemble it a lot. And he said he was there wearing that, well, if that's even true as far as what he was wearing, but I'd love to see that interviewed at the trial. Am I on mute? No. Yeah, send it to me, sweet Dudley. You have my email. Let me know when you send it to me. Okay. Let me know, and I'll look at my email. Okay, so look, they have this, her Snapchat. So we have a picture of Abby, and then that. And then we have Monday, February 13th, late afternoon, police and firefighters start searching for girls. Sheriff Tobe Lesenby said crews began canvassing the area and tried pinging the girls' cell phones into the evening hours, but had no success in finding them. The sheriff said they believe the girls' phones were either dead or turned off. And then Jamie Bowers posts with Michaela Hartman and 3 others, 2 photos. It says, "Okay, everyone, I need help. Libby and a friend are missing. They went to walk the trails around High Bridge today, and we have no contact for the last 4 hours. She is not answering her phone. If anyone knows anything, please call the Carroll County Police Department. Please share." And then we have Tuesday, February 14th morning, search resumes. Says, after calling off the search around midnight, search teams resumed searching for Abby and Libby. Volunteers joined police officers and firefighters searching the area around Deer Creek. And you could click on, the whole articles and stuff. Let me just click on one of them and see what. So yeah, it has this article from February 13th at 10:29 p.m. 2017. Let's read it. This is from that day. Let's see what it says. It's from WRTV. Two 13-year-old Carroll County girls are missing after they were dropped off to go hiking Monday afternoon. Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby said Abby Williams, and Libby German were last seen around 1 p.m. when they were dropped off near an abandoned railroad bridge known as Monon High Bridge, east of Delphi. The girls were supposed to meet at the same location to be picked up later in the afternoon, but they never showed. The family contacted police around 5:30, and crews had been out searching the area around the old railroad bridge. The girls' cell phones are either dead or turned off. Local police, deputies, firefighters, and Department of Natural Resources are canvassing the area the girls were last seen. Crews search for the missing teens into the night, but because of the dark, the search was slowed around midnight. Crews will regroup and continue their search efforts first thing in the morning. Libby is described as standing 5'4" tall with a heavy build. She has blonde shoulder-length hair and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing a tie-dye shirt with a fringe at the bottom, gray sweatpants with unknown black lettering, and black Nike shoes. I still don't know. I mean, I guess people just remember it wrong because, you know, if those were Libby's jeans that Abby was wearing, then that means that she had on jeans and not sweatpants with unknown black lettering. So, you know, Kelsey and I don't know if Becky gave the description too, but I think Kelsey's one of them, gave descriptions, not only gray sweatpants, but with black lettering. So I don't know why there's a discrepancy with that. Maybe she had those on earlier that day, and then that's what she remembers her in, and then she didn't realize that she changed, or, you know what I'm saying, noticed it when she, you know, when she looked back, she was picturing her with those on, because maybe at the house she had them on, and then she changed before she left. I don't know. Anyway, so Abby is described as standing 5'4" with a small build, medium length, blonde hair, and hazel eyes. She was last seen wearing a gray zip-up sweatshirt with a burgundy t-shirt underneath and blue jeans. And then it's got a map for the bridge. So this is from that day. All right, so let's go back to the timeline. So then we have the search resumes. So this is the next day. Basically saying the same thing. And then the next day during a search, police found 2 bodies farther along Deer Creek. Kim Riley of the Indiana State Police said the bodies were found about a mile east of the Freedom Bridge, which is part of the Hoosier Heartland Highway. And then it shows a map. It says this is approximately where they were found, about a mile east of the Freedom Bridge. Monon High Bridge, okay. So here's the bridge. Yeah, and they were found on the other side of the... Okay, let's see. This is a helicopter, I'm sure we all probably... You guys have seen that, right? We could play it one day, you know, while we're maybe just chatting and see if... I don't know. There's actually an interesting video that somebody put together that I was gonna watch someday with you guys. I still don't know what to make out of it, but I don't know. Maybe we'll do that sometime. Because who were those photographers that were on the bridge, on this bridge that day, acting kind of weird? There's like a video somebody made about it. All right, so let's go back to the timeline. So then we have February 14th, 1:50 p.m., 2 bodies found along Deer Creek. This is that press conference that we watched where they're all sitting down. Indiana State Police Kim Riley, Tobe Lesenby, Steve Mullins hold a joint press conference to announce 2 bodies were found while crews were searching for Libby and Abby. Those bodies were not identified as the girls, but search efforts were officially scaled back. Let's see. That looks like a different angle than the one I've seen. Oh, you guys can't hear it because of the way I have this shared. Shoot. But why won't that let me skip forward? Hold on a second. Let me see something. Just want to see if... Oh. Epstein, what up? Oh, who, Ashley? Who? Nice. Who is it? You gotta let me know. You're real life people? I know you guys can't hear because the way that I had to share it. Okay, so let's just go back to the bodies found along Deer Creek, identified. So then Wednesday, February 15th, 2:33 is when they identified them as Abigail and Liberty during a press conference. So that's that press conference. It's really hard to hear the questions on that one. And then Wednesday, February 15th, they released the picture of the man that police want to talk with. Hey, Annagale. Oh, Jason, what? What's the name of the person? What's his profile name? Is it Jason? I don't see anybody named Jason. Oh, because you have to wait 5 minutes before. Oh, Annagale. Okay. Annagale. What does Annagale mean? Okay, so this is they released this on the 15th. They want to speak with them. Remember, they don't release the video. They just released the screenshot of the guy. You know what? Hold on. Let me actually... Hold on 1 second. Let me play it from this computer so I could share the audio, and then we could actually watch some of this. Hold on 1 second. Let me just share my email. Wait, Dudley, did you find it? That clip you wanted to share with me? Of Kelsey? If you find it, I'll share it. I just don't know where it's at. Oh, you just said... You just said... Okay, hold on. That's funny. I just saw your message. Okay, let's see. Wait, though. Is there a time line on this? A time, stamp for it? Wow, I've never seen this. Hold on. I've never seen this interview. Let's watch this, too. Wow. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. So, yeah, there's probably a ton of interviews that I haven't seen with her. All right, hold on. I don't know where to start it. Okay, so add. Okay, so where should I? Let's see. Come on.
Have you seen The Shack? I have not, but my father read the book, and I've heard parts of it, but not enough to know, like, I have not, but my father read the book, and I've heard parts of it, but not enough to know, like,
Who's she talking to?
have not, but my father read the book, and
I think this more has to do with the person interviewing her than anything. She's probably blushing, you know, like kind of like, you know, he has a little crush or he's making her laugh.
little girl in her family, she's raped and murdered.
And in a way, I've always seen myself as a father because he drifts away from God back and forth, which I do too in some ways.
Hello and welcome. I'm Joe Lewis.
I'm going to skip that because I don't trust that to not be copyright or something like that. Wait, how much is he just playing like, what the heck? Was he just, what is this? Just playing parts of the movie? Oh, the rest of it's just the movie. Yeah, I'm not going to play that. Okay. Interesting though, yeah. Where's the whole interview? I would like to see the whole interview. All right, so let's go back to what I was watching before. But thanks, yeah, I never, it's pretty interesting with her laugh. Like I said, I would like to see the whole thing. All right, so let's go to that and timeline on this page. All right. So now if we push, we watch something, we could actually play or hear it. Okay. So we have this, speak to anyone parked near the bridge. Oh, wait. Yeah. So it's still on. Hold on a second. Why is there? Oh, hold on.
Track them down.
Based on the evidence that you have any idea if you're looking for one or multiple people?
I'm not going to comment at this time on that.
Can you explain? We're getting so many questions from viewers and readers.
Yeah, it was more because they don't give any information. Well, they never, and none of the press conferences they freaking give any information. It's freaking ridiculous. Okay, so let's go to the next one. So they released the picture in February 15th. Here's the picture, and then hold on. So yeah, they have this press conference where they say 2 bodies were found, didn't identify them, and then they identify them on the 15th. And then they release this picture, screenshot, and say they want to talk to anyone parked in the lot near the bridge about what they may have seen. And then hundreds of investigators join the search, February 17th. Hundreds of tips have come in and dozens of extra law enforcement have been called to assist the investigation, but still no arrests. And then community starts hosting fundraiser in the neighborhood with proceeds benefiting the families of the teens. That's February 18th. Community says goodbye to Abby and Libby. Thousands of people say goodbye during a private visitation for family and friends held at Delphi High School. So that's February 18th. I don't think I've watched it. Is it just oh, it's just a 1 minute. Okay, cool. I mean, looks pretty cool. And then February 19th, Indiana State Police consider the man pictured in the photo as a suspect in Abby and Libby's murders. So he hasn't came forward. You know, you would think, oh, they're looking for this guy, and if he had nothing to do with it, he would come forward and be like, oh yeah, I was there, this is what I saw, but the guy doesn't come forward. Yeah, that's from the documentary, though, sweet dude. That was from, I think that was from something that was on TV, and I'm afraid to use it because I don't want to I don't know if it'd be copyrighted. Um, but it was from like, was it Lifetime? I don't know, it was from like a TV station, and I've seen it, but I'm too afraid to play clips because I don't want them to copyright my whole thing, like, hours just for like a little clip. It's just not fair. Um, All right, so February 22nd, Indiana State Police and FBI held a press conference releasing audio from the day they were killed. Police say the audio came from a video recording of Libby's phone of a man who was following them. So now that they released that audio down the hill, but still not the video. Remember, for the longest time, they only had up until for 2 years, right? 2019. They didn't even release the video, I think, till 2019. So for 2 years, all they had was the screenshot and the audio down the hill. Correct me if I'm wrong, but then I think 2019, when they did the new sketch with the guys added in the video, right? Didn't that all come together? The video, the guys, and the new sketch. I think that all came in 2019. But anyway, so yeah, February 22nd, they held a press conference releasing audio from the day they were killed. Police say the audio came from a recording on Libby's cell phone of a man who was following them. And then you have February 23rd. State police announced that Delphi murder tip line would be answered at the FBI's Major Case Center. I just don't understand. They had the freaking FBI working on this with that video and audio and stuff. How the heck didn't they catch somebody? You have the FBI, you have a video, you have audio of the guy, you have witnesses. I don't get it. How they couldn't figure this out. And then so then February 23rd, again, they have the FBI announced that it is utilizing approximately 6,000 electronic billboards in 46 states to solicit information on the case. And then we have Light Up Delphi, February 24th. Installed orange lights on their porch. Tribute to the girls. Command center moves to a larger building. State police said the move was made to accommodate the city of Delphi, who has to use their building to conduct everyday business. And then March 1st, reward for information leading to an arrest jumps to above 200,000. Because that punter, Pat McPhee, which we saw the video, and team owner Jim Isry donated 96,000. And then we have Libby and Abby's family visit command center. Families of Liberty German and Abigail Williams toured the Delphi investigation headquarters. Abby's grandparents leave a message of encouragement for police on the board at the new Delphi headquarters. So it says, "We are the police when you need," or "Where are the police when you need them? I have uttered those words whenever a speeding or reckless driver nearly runs me or someone else off the road. Where are the police when you need them? They are here in Delphi with us. We pray for your protection and we are forever grateful for your service." Diane and Eric, Abby's grandparents. And then on March 8th, Delphi Trail Safety Task Force formed to help improve the safety along the Delphi historic trails where Libby and Abby were hiking when they went missing. Then you have Thursday, March 9th, Liberty's grandfather addressed the public for the first time since the murders. Mike Patty talked about who the girls were, their love of softball, and the family's desire to find their killer. Let's watch this. Let's see. Let me pause that. Okay. Oh, wait. Dang it. Hold on. just don't want to wait because it's like, oh, there we go. I'll just chat with you guys. Oh, you were gifted Capricorns? Nice. Oh, really? You think, Sean? I never even thought about it like that. They had seen this guy before. I don't know. Possibly, I guess. Oh, you think the Bridget guy had a thing for Abby? See, why do I think it was Libby that the person had more of had the connection with? That the person was targeted. I always thought that she was the one targeted, but who knows? Maybe not. Oh, yay! Capricorns, I'm glad you got it. Wait, who gifted it?
Checking the microphone, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, checking the microphone.
What else do you guys want to go through? After this. If I could just put in all the other links that I was going to. This part of his nail is driving me nuts, guys. Oh, I got 2 nail clippers. Wait, Jason, is that the Jason? Or I thought it was something else. Did you change your name? Are you Ashley's friend? And changed it to what was the first name that you were? Or is this a different Jason? Sorry guys, I can't fast forward it on here, and when I go to the Facebook, I don't. It's so old that I can't find it. Yeah. Is my mic that bad though?
I'm gonna go ahead with spellings of names that are people that are going to talk today. In case you didn't see my tweet.
I hope it's not. It's a new mic. It sucks that people are saying it's like.
Just a few minutes ago, so that you guys have that. But the first person that's going to speak is Pastor Todd Ladd. He's going to come up and say a prayer on behalf of the family. He is the family's pastor here at Delphi United Methodist Church. So it's Todd Ladd, Toddladd. And then next is going to be Sheriff Tobe Lesenby. He's the Carroll County Sheriff. It's Tobe, and it's pronounced Tobe. And last name's Lesenby, Leazenby.
Mute this until people.
And then Mike Patty is the grandfather of Liberty German, Mikepatty. And he also is going to read a statement on behalf of the family of Abigail Williams. They've provided a statement to him that they would like him to read. After Mr. Patty has finished talking, he is willing to take questions from you. However, we're going to do this. I'm going to step up and filter those questions for him. If it is a legitimate question, he cannot and will not speak about the investigation. If it's a legitimate question for Mr. Patty, I'll step aside and allow him to answer it. After he's finished with that, I will come up and talk and answer questions about the investigation. But I can tell you there is nothing new that you guys don't know. So I'm not going to tell you anything today that hasn't been put on the last couple of days, but I'll be happy to answer questions and kind of clarify some of the rumors and things like that. So we're going to start right at 10:02. Does anybody have any questions? Is everybody's sound working okay? Test 1, 2.
But if it wasn't for the Frank's memorandum, we wouldn't know so much. Oh, wait, Matt sent me that thing about the sketch. Matt, I don't know if you're still listening. I meant to play that, too. this article. Remind me after this. I'm gonna actually mute this until people come up and we'll just talk. Yeah, he sent me this article. What was it? Hold on. And we could watch that. Or read that. It's ISP clarifies new sketch in Delphi murder case. Oh wait, I found another dot was under my phone. We might not listen to all the speakers, but Thursday, March 9th at 10 a.m. it says. I wish it let me freaking fast forward. It sucks. I'm trying to think. Maybe I could, while this is playing, until it's where I need it to be, I could take it down from here, and then we could look through something else until that. But keep an eye on it, and then we could listen to that. Okay, so we could finish going through the timeline on this side, and then I'll let you know when that plays. I'll keep that up here. Wait, you guys are seeing, yeah. All right. I'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully it's still in the process of playing. Yeah, it should be. Somebody's coming up, but I don't know if I want. I think I'm gonna wait till Tobe comes up. I don't think I'm gonna do the first one with the prayer. Okay, so we're at. And then on Tuesday, April 25th, the case lead investigator speaks exclusively to Call 6 Investigates. Call 6, After almost 3 months, 16,000 tips, and 500 interviews, Delphi murder investigators admit it's been hard, but they're just as confident as they were on day one that they'll find who killed Abby and Libby. State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman sits down with Call 6 Investigates to talk about the investigation. Well, dang it, I want to watch this too. But the way I saved it, hold on, let me see. Because the way, with this glitch on this computer, let me see if I could do something real quick. Share, I could try to just share the timeline. Hopefully it'll transfer over. Let's see if it works.
Let's pray.
Can you guys
Father,
hear?
thank you for this day you've given us.
We know one thing we do every morning is.
Can you guys hear that when it was on or no? Let me know real quick before I continue. Let me know. Just somebody say yes or no if you could hear it right here.
We come in and we have our chaplain here, or chaplains, and we have a moment where he'll bring a word or.
Hello? Anybody? Just, can you hear that or no? So I know. Okay, good, thanks. All right, let's watch that while we're waiting.
A prayer.
have Delphi daughters, Thursday, April 27th. Abby and Libby's families are coping with the tragic loss of their teenage daughters at Delphi, but justice is now their calling. They sat down with us for the first intimate interview since 2 teens were murdered and their lives were changed forever. Abby's family hasn't changed a thing in her bedroom. Libby's family cherishes the photographs. Oh, wait, this is one of the ones that has them in the bedroom. But isn't this, what channel doesn't he do something else that's on TV? Okay, it's coming close to that other one where that guy's almost done praying, though. So I wonder if we should watch that first. Yeah, here. Okay, hold on. Let's pull that back up. Okay. Why is this? Oh. Tobe, weird Tobe.
Morning. My main purpose this morning is to thank each one of you for being here. I also want to thank our community, and I want to send out a huge net of thank you to everyone that's even had this on their mind for the last few weeks. Without your help, without your involvement, we feel like that we wouldn't be where we are right now. We continue to move forward. We strive for justice, and we will get that justice. At this time, I want to introduce Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather.
Thank you, Tobe. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name is Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I got to put my glasses on for this. So show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision to speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, "I will, in a minute." We joked with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please give her the 1 minute she always asked for. To really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker, family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to please help Abby and Libby. Look for someone who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that, go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then report any information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the Reward Fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name. A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the Reward Fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone to enjoy. Now, I would like to thank the news media. I've had several conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Mr. Patty, your granddaughter was heroic in her final moments. She was able to trust record on her cell phone and provide evidence to police the voice that we heard. How did you guys react when you learned that she was able to do this?
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, But yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Patty, there's my condolences to you. The similar question was they specifically called me that 2 weeks ago in the press conference for reporting what she did on that phone. When you hear them call your granddaughter a hero, what was your reaction?
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book. Absolutely. In our house, it's always, I love you, every time. That was without standing all of our grandkids, all of our children, everything. That's just it, before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message. It's always, I love you. Well, obviously, yeah, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. They've been kind enough. They walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in is just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it can really bring this case to resolution. Thank you.
Man, we should do Rumble. I need to do some Rumble again. It's been like a month, like maybe 2 months. I need to maybe be consistent. We should go over to Rumble. I wonder what we could do that we could just go hang out over there, maybe. We should. Do you want to? After this? Who will come over there, though?
People using orange lights all over the area to remember these girls. How is that helping your family get through this right now? When you look around and see these posters and see the residents and just everything that people are doing.
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, coworkers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is.
We could just do like a open panel and have anybody come up. We could just hang out. Just be like a chat. I know we still have to do 8 passenger stuff, but
daily.
We could just do. I don't know who has Rumble, guys. Who has it that could come over? And who will come up?
Well, I'm hoping through the, if you want to call it the speech, or you know what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read.
Well, Kayla, will you join Rumble?
Put closer. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that, the pain will always be there forever. But this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down. And with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will. But we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something.
This. Have you guys?
Know
With
this,
Mike?
recognize that voice, and I encourage them to call in and give us
Maybe
that
I
vital
have.
information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this.
Maybe I have. I don't know. It kind of looks familiar, but then it doesn't.
How are we maintaining optimism that she will still be found?
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and in the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. I mean, that's where we're gaining our strength right now.
I can't even tell how much longer this is because
Our pastor has been a rock for us as well. Both of our families, we support each other. You know, Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this. Yes, sir.
oh, I never did watch the clips.
I'll talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
The room.
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. Help this community, help the state.
He's a
help
part of the law enforcement. The way he's talking.
bring this to justice.
Alexis, we're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So one more over here.
Yes.
What would you say if this person is out there?
I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you.
Well, we can still talk about true crime on Rumble. Like we could just. I always watch.
So I'll put more thought to that.
I always watch like something. Usually, I'm watching something related to true crime, so we can even talk about like just like old cases. I watched a couple from Explore With Us. I watched a couple videos. One was an interrogation, and one was this. Well, I'll talk about it on Rumble. It's so creepy. So we can even talk about like true crime openly and just like not have any pressure. But we could kind of try to like make it that themed, but if we veer off, it won't be that big of a deal. But like talk about anything true crime. Ashley, I know you like watching like interrogations and stuff, and Soul, you do too. So freaking good. Yeah, no spaces. I will try to put the link if you go down on my community post. If you go down a little bit, you'll see a couple posts where I put my link for Rumble, but I'll try to do it when I start the new live. So it's not compatible with StreamYards, so you have to like make a new destination every time. At least I have had to. So I don't know. Try to look at it there, and I'll try to do I'll try to send I can't even talk. I'll try to do a link when I put the reminder up. I don't know how much longer this is though. Now I'm kind of anxious to go over there. I haven't been on. Wait, has it been like 2 months now, maybe, Ashley, or 3?
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really was. But we talk a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously, she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, do some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers and stuff where all of them have done it over the years. So that's just part of their natural activity. But obviously, she had presence of mind. Sensed something little strange there. I'm glad she did. Very glad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't know who's next. Did we ever finish this video, guys? I don't know if we did.
The cash reward, thanks to incredible generous donations from the community, from organizations, to bring the person or people responsible for this crime to justice is now over $224,000. Now, we know historically cash rewards aren't always claimed.
Let me see, did we finish watching
We like to believe that somebody with the information would come forward out of the goodness of their heart to do the right thing. But there might be somebody out there that is motivated by this cash reward, and we would ask that person who knows something.
All right, I can't. So we have this, but I don't know if that would be copyrighted. So yeah, this was July 17th. We watched that press conference where they put this out. That one that was on the first one of my video I did. So this is investigators release a composite sketch Monday. Oh, plants. That's what I wanted to look up. The plant sketch, okay, or the plants artist. The memorial complex was August 26th, and then the whole Daniel Nations, and it basically the timeline seems to end with that. Well, they're on the Dr. Phil show December 13th. First holiday without them, and then Daniel Nations extradited to Indiana. Unrelated charges, and then this is the last one where today is the day. Let's see. So yeah. All right, so hold on though, because I wanted to bring, hold on 1 second. And then I want to look up plants just really quick to see what it was that I feel like that they didn't, there's something about it that it wasn't that the information. Plants, sketch, drawing. Oh, it's bringing up plants. So wait, how did I sketch police? Who's the one that said that it was plants? Maybe you could send me the article. Wait. Are you sure it was plants that did it? Hold on a second. Okay, 1 second. I don't know. I'm trying to find examples of what they did that plants. I'm gonna put Delphi and see if I could find where it says that. Because I think that's what it was, but you can't find like examples of who plants is or like what they've done, right? I want to see other examples to see, you know, how good they are. 2 different. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it because I think that's what I tried last time and I couldn't. Oh well. You definitely could find the Bryant one, the one that did the second sketch. You could find, like I said, you could find his sketches, but oh well. Really, my hair. I was thinking, I mean, I need to take a shower. I need to wash my hair. Yeah, I'm just trying. Oh wait, I'm not sharing my whole screen. Hold on a second. Gosh darn it, I hate my computer. But I don't know if I hate it enough to try to get a new one. Because it still works. Okay, so I'm trying to find the plants. Why didn't they have like the same guy? Or why didn't they have the same one draw bows? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's better maybe to have a different one. Who can somebody send me the article where it talks about plants? Here it says the 2 sketches in Delphi are not the same man. Indiana State Police say. Wait, I think this is the. No, this is a different one. Hold on, let me send. This isn't the one Matt sent, but we can look at the one Matt sent here in a minute too. But I want to read this. Now you've seen all those clips where Doug was talking about the sketches. He definitely was making it seem like that it was the same man and it's going to be a combination of both sketches. How many clips did we watch him say that? They needed to all be on the same page. That makes me so mad that they're not. And I feel like Doug's the one that had most of the influence. Like when, at least, I don't know, I guess just my opinion, but when I used to think of the Delphi case, I had him. He was like the face of it. I always pictured him when I pictured law enforcement. So it's like he was the one that was always talking in all the press conferences. People were listening to him. So says police clarified that the renderings are not the same person. You heard it, dude. There's probably like, what, 5 different things where he's like, it's going to be a combination of both. It's going to be a mixture of both. It's going to be somewhere in between. Okay, so let me look at the, hold on. The one that Matt sent me. Hold on 1 second. We'll see what that says. I swear I sent it. Dude, I don't know why lately, though. I'm having trouble when I've been trying to send myself emails. It's like not going through. Sometimes that used to happen, and then like days later it will go through. I still never got the AI image, actually, through my email when I was trying to get it sent so I could add it. It never actually came through my email. Come on. All right, let me try to send it through. I'm wondering if it's something on the phone like me. Let me just type in, hold on. Delete draft. Okay, so this is ISB clarifies a new sketch. Let me just type in the title. Okay, they should bring it up. All right, so maybe we'll just do this one. Yeah, I think this is the one he shared. Wait, okay, wait. So police emphasize that a new sketch of a suspect's face is not supposed to be a different take on a composite sketch of a heavier, older-looking man. They are, according to Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley, not the same person, Doug. Riley also said Wednesday that the original sketch released in the summer of 2017 showing a man with a goatee and a driving cap is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. The new sketch of the clean-shaven man is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Liberties. You know what I think happened? I think they used that other sketch first because they thought that looked more like Bridge Guy when they were looking at him. They used that first, waited 2 years, didn't get crap, couldn't figure it out. So then, let's now just release the other sketch that we had that we never released. So let's see if this brings up any hits. And I think that's all it was. Oh, let's put this out. It's got to be this because we didn't get anything on this. It's probably as freaking simple as that, which isn't right because it's not based on anything but them failing, them not getting anything, right? So yeah, they're saying the clean-shaven man is representative of the face of the person captured in the video. Why? Because you didn't get any hits on the other guy? Okay, so there's confusion in Delphi and beyond about the differences between the two sketches and why investigators released a new one this week. They reported that the sketch artist in this case made the picture on February 17th, 2017, a few days after the girls' bodies were found. After releasing a new video of a man walking on the bridge, basically adding movement to a photo released in 2017 from Libby's phone, extended audio clip also released in 2017 in the new sketch. Police declined to... See, I think they should have released both sketches. They had two different people that people saw, the witnesses saw that they thought were, maybe suspicious or whatever. They should have released both sketches from day one. and said, these two guys we want to talk to. Yeah, so they think now that the sketch released on April 22nd more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders. Youthful appearance, but could fall in the age range from 20s to late 30s. .5'10", weighing 180 to 200, or 5'6" to 5'10". White male, reddish brown hair. And if they're saying, oh, Richard is the guy on the bridge is this sketch, then what's up with the hair? I mean, that doesn't look like anything like Richard's hair. Didn't they say puffy hair too? I know not everything's going to fit perfectly, but it's just like, if this guy had a hat on, if this is Bridge Guy and Bridge Guy had a hat on, then how does this person know what their hair looks like? And I mean, I guess it shows more that, because somebody saw, it looks like could be the same guy with a hood up and then with the hood off. So maybe that's what it is. At one point he had his hood off, but it doesn't look like Richard's hair at the time. Or ever, probably. Well, anyway, it's just frustrating because I feel like we could look back and see all the freaking mistakes that they freaking made. Anyway, all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get some more dots, and then I'm going to go, holy crap, how have I been on for 4 hours? I was just about to say this was a shorter live. I thought I've only been on for like 2 hours. Oh my lord. All right, I'm going to go try to make a Rumble. So come on over to Rumble if you guys want to come talk. Yeah, come on over. All right. Yeah, I think it's definitely multiple people. I think it could be more than 2 people. I'm talking about like, now I'm talking about like the sketches or the different people that witnesses seen. I don't necessarily think that they're all the same guy. Like, they could have all saw different people, to be honest. Now, those 1-2 sketches look so similar, which was kind of crazy that, unless if it was, wait, was those 4 sketches that came out, wonder if those were all by Bryant. Because the reason I'm saying it is because remember the one that the sketch that Riley saw compared to Betsy? They look like the same guy, but one had the hood and the thing over his mouth, and then he didn't. So my point is, if that was 2 different sketch artists, that would be so weird if they described them. 2 different people described him so similar, except one had a thing over his face with the hood on, that 2 different sketch artists actually drew somebody that looked exactly like the same person. But it makes more sense. It was probably Bryant that did both of them. And when they're describing it, he figured as they're describing it, oh, that's the same guy I drew on this sketch, but this time he had something over his face and a hood, is my guess. Because otherwise that would be so, like, how can a sketch be perfect like that between sketch artists and different witnesses describing it? That would be crazy. So I think it makes more sense that it's the same guy. Anyway, all right. Oh, you have to work, Ashley? Shoot. Okay. Wait, what happened, Patty? Why did you get removed? Or was it an accident? I see a deleted message. You must never have been deleted before. Huh. Was it an accident or what happened? I don't even. Oh, hey, commentator rule. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go, guys. Come over to Rumble. I'll try to leave the link. Shoot, I forgot. Rumble makes you do like this quick clip at the beginning of your video. You have to put it. What can I put as my clip? I could try to... Hold on, I gotta think it's like a couple second clip you have to put in there. I don't like how you have to do that. I should just get like a quick little intro that I could just put and always use it as this, you know, for Rumble. I'll figure it out. All right, go over there, guys.